Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm your brother in Christ, and this is a bit of an interesting topic that we're taking on tonight. This is an open call-in live stream, so you guys can join us and give your points of view as we go. I do have some guests that will be joining. If you are one of the people who are calling in, I do ask that you follow the simple rules that we've established so far on this channel, which it's be respectful. I understand that this might be a passionate topic, so people might be really passionate about it. I would just ask, try to be respectful to the people who are on here and have a good conversation. Don't talk over each other and try to stay on topic. But as I said, we have a couple of guests. So the first one tonight is A Raj.
I don't even remember putting it like that, but yes, it is I, Anthony Rogers, otherwise
Oh,
known as A.
plausible
Raj.
deniability. So, what are your views on this topic? I guess would be the first question to be answered.
Wow, okay, you're starting off
Hey,
making
I'm going
me.
right for it. By the
Yeah,
way, anyone that joins, I will give you the time to just give your opinions before we dive into the conversation. So, want to
okay,
give
yeah. So obviously, I think if this question were put to a Muslim, the answer would be no. The answer would be no because by their lights, the Quran is a revelation from Allah, right? And they would hold this position even if they didn't think the Quran was a direct or literal verbal dictation from their deity and thought of it more as an inspired word. In the nature of the case, if this is something from God, then it shouldn't be desecrated. But for Christians, that's not even a consideration on the table. We reject lock, stock, and barrel. In fact, pardon the pun, should we shoot the Quran? We reject the claim of Muslims that this is Allah's word. And in fact, when we look in the Old Testament, where we have the fullest history of God's dealings with his people and the sorts of things that he's pleased with or displeased with, it's evident that the God of Scripture doesn't have a problem with desecrating something like the book of a pagan, or to be more exact in terms of what we see in the Old Testament, the idols that pagans would erect to their deities. Right, the Old Testament not only allows for, but even enjoins upon the kings of Israel to see to it that idolatry is eradicated from their land. Now, obviously, there are some differences. As Christians, we don't live currently in the same exact sort of situation as ancient Israel did. We don't, of course, for that reason, reject the Old Testament. We believe that it contains principles that are still binding. If something's a general, if it's a moral principle, then the equity of it still remains. But there are still differences that would have to be taken into account. In any case, I don't think that anybody could say there's an obvious problem, biblically speaking, with desecrating something like the Quran. Now, I would say that, I see some of the comments here. I haven't been able to scrutinize them or think much about them, but uh, I wouldn't necessarily suggest that this is the sort of thing that a person just does on a whim for no reason. And there are considerations that would enter into the equation. If I'm talking to my Muslim neighbor, I'm probably not going to go out on my front lawn and just burn a Quran. I'd try and talk to my Muslim neighbor, but uh, that doesn't mean that there's no place or time that warrants doing something like that. So those are some initial thoughts. I obviously, I mean, I recognize that leaves more to be said, but I want to leave more to be said so that people can get in here and maybe challenge some of that, but and then tighten it up.
sounds good. Very generous of you. Give them the opportunity to dig
Yeah.
themselves into a hole. I
Plus,
mean,
I wanted a
to
drink of my coffee.
that is true. So yeah, so I've had a lot of fun with this one. In fact, before we did this live stream, I went over to Reddit and actually joined Reddit and decided, this would be an interesting for second post on here. What should Christians desecrate the Quran? Should they not? Should it be illegal? Should it not be illegal? What's going on? And I instantly got banned off of one Christian Reddit group for asking the question, and I'm at like negative 53 karma.
Wait, so let me ask, does that mean that they purged your comments too, or did they just kick
Yes,
you
they
off?
locked the comments on there, and I don't know if they hid it, but they kicked me. I can no longer comment on that Reddit. I can no longer do anything on that Reddit. I have been removed
The reason I'm
for asking that.
asking is because notice this is not significantly different than desecrating the Quran. The idea that we would expunge the Quran, delete the Quran, erase the Quran, snuff it out of existence, whatever metaphor you want to use there, that's not significantly different from somebody banning you on a particular forum so that your comments can't be registered, right? Or deleting your comments. So it, it, at least this much can be said, that these people are saying that in principle it's licit, it's acceptable to do that sort of thing. They're doing it to you. So the question I would have for that particular group is, what is it in principle that distinguishes what you're doing from what they're doing? Like,
I
why is it a
just clarification. I didn't say it was good or bad. I just asked the question.
yeah,
So I didn't even get to the. I have a stance on this, and I say it very clearly. It's a Quran you own,
yeah,
so it's not crime or anything like that.
yeah, not here, not here. I mean, it would be obviously in an Islamic land, which again points up the fact that this is being evaluated in terms of different worldviews. If we don't share that, I think part of the question has to be, if you don't share the Islamic worldview, are you under some obligation to abide by its strictures? Are you obligated to give deference to it as the word of Allah and therefore something that shouldn't be desecrated?
That's an excellent question. In fact, that's kind of, I guess, my point of view, because the pushback is, well, would you be okay if they did the same thing to the Bible? And I said, well, if it's your Bible, it's kind of your property. You do with your property as you please.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I would say here that as a Christian, I'd have a moral problem with that. Somebody doing that to the Bible. I think it's immoral to do that sort of thing because I think it's the word of God, even if it's their property. Now, the question is it or should it be illegal? Right? That's another question. But at least as far as the moral issue, if this is the word of God, then it shouldn't be desecrated. That's basically what Muslims are thinking when they say the Quran shouldn't be. But again, I go back to the point that as a Christian, I don't accept that. I don't believe the Quran's the word of God. I do believe the Bible is. And so we've got competing worldviews, competing moral claims. And so unless Islam establishes itself and its Sharia, then what's the grounds for prohibiting it?
so we do have our first caller in here, and I'm going to give you a moment to talk as long as the audio works. So, welcome. You were just muted, so you unmuted yourself.
Yeah.
Can we hear you?
Hello.
Ah,
Hello.
fantastic. Go ahead and give us your point of view, whatever it
Okay.
is.
All right. Thank you for letting me in. Well, so about the topic, I don't think that it's about us personally respecting the Quran. I have Muslim friends, and of course, when we're talking about religion, I have to be respectful towards what they believe in, but that doesn't mean that I, as a Christian, actually do respect or believe in what they do believe in. So I think it all boils down to our interactions with like unbelievers, Muslims, and how if we're going to share our faith with them, we don't just want to like desecrate what they believe in, because that would just bring a lot of tension and you wouldn't be able to get across what you actually want to get across to them, because they wouldn't want that. At least for like at least the first time, you have to be respectful towards what they believe in, and just respectfully try to tell them that this is not the ideal, and help them understand that this is not like the right way to go, and so on and so forth. This is just my
Real
opinion.
quick, could you define what you mean by respect what they believe?
Well, not respect what, like in terms of conversing with them, instead of like just going in aggressively and trying to hurt their feelings and maybe trying to feel superior, because I've seen a lot of Christians kind of do that. I feel like intention is very important. It's key. So it shouldn't be in a place of trying to be superior. It should be from a place of love, and like just trying to make a person understand that this is not the right way to go.
So if I could say something
Go
here,
ahead.
it almost sounds like you're approaching something I would say, at least my first point here, namely that we should make a distinction between the people and the book.
Yeah.
So as Christians, there's a level of respect that we're to give to everybody by virtue of the fact that they're made in the image of God, right?
Yeah.
Genesis 1:26 says God made man in his image. In James 3, it talks about not cursing out other people precisely because they bear the image of God. 1 Peter 3 or 2 Peter 3:15 says, excuse me, 1 Peter says that we are to do apologetics with gentleness and respect. And so that's true. There's a certain respect that we're to give to people. Although even here, that has to be attenuated because not everybody's the same. And there's certain things that impinge upon that, right? There's a difference between people and their behaviors and their actions. I'll come to that in a second. But that's, first of all, the distinction. I think you're kind of approaching that, but I think that leaves room for this issue of, you know, whether or not it's ever appropriate to do this sort of thing with the Quran, because the book is not the same thing as the people. The book is not the same thing as the people advocating the content of the religion.
Yeah.
But then, secondly, is the whole issue of people are different. So, for example, there are Muslims who they profess faith in the Quran, but we wouldn't necessarily think that they're good Muslims in the sense that they might think so. They might think they're good Muslims, that they're being good to their family, good to their neighbors, good to unbelievers. The Quran doesn't require that of them, right?
Yeah.
The Quran requires of them to be faithful to Allah, to Muhammad, to his injunctions, which include the command to subjugate the world, spread Sharia, and so forth. And so among Muslims, there are those who will be peaceful in spite of the book, and then there are those who are more consistent with the book and not peaceful. And in their case, I think that some difference in response is called for, not necessarily in every context, but for example, you know, if I happen to have been in a context where I met a Muslim, let's say his name was Osama bin Laden, right? And I'm in a bookstore and all I know is this guy's a Muslim. Uh, I might show him a level of respect, trying to get him to believe in Christ and so forth. But if I know he's orchestrating terrorist attacks and that sort of thing,
Yeah.
I think a different response. In addition to that, I don't think what I said is excluded. You know, you still want to call somebody like that to repentance, but do you just let him go on unbridled? Do you do nothing to check that? Our own government went in and took him out. So it shows that the respect that they were giving him wasn't inconsistent with, you know, criminal punishments upon. So I'm just saying that I recognize what you're talking about, but I think that there's a
Yeah.
distinction that needs to be made between respecting people to the level they should be respected and respecting their religion. I don't think that the Bible requires us to respect their religion. I don't ever see any evidence, in fact, in Scripture of other people's religions being respected. And I do see a good bit of difference between how Jesus interacted, say, with Nicodemus in John 3 or the woman at the well in John 4, and how he interacted with the religious leaders in John 8 or in Matthew 23. When he spoke to the woman, he said things that were calculated to draw her in, right, to ingratiate himself to her, to get her to see that she needs him for life. But when he spoke to the religious leaders in John 8, he called them children of the devil, said that God is not their father. Abraham would disown them, in effect. In Matthew 23, he pronounced a series of 7 woes upon them, in effect telling them that God was going to judge them and burn Jerusalem. He said that in Matthew 22. So, I think that there's a good bit more in Scripture that plays in here. But just to go back to what you were talking about, I would agree with you when it comes to, like, when you're talking about your friends and talking to people, it's probably not the best way to win their attention and hearing for the gospel if you're just flagrantly, tearing up the Quran or something like that. But I don't think that's necessarily a universal norm for all situations. I think there are some situations that could well justify other actions.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, for instance, before I started, I spoke about like having friends, and I was just talking in that like lens when I would talk to my Muslim friends. But of course, I've seen a lot of Muslims that are like very arrogant, and they wouldn't even let you talk. And so approaching those kind of Muslims would definitely be different than how you would address like your friends, people that you interact and relate with on a day-to-day basis, and then how you would interact with people that are just really arrogant and they are blatantly lying about the Bible, about what the Quran says. Of course, your manner of approach would be completely different with those kind of people. So I think it's very important to have like the wisdom to discern when to use certain approaches. And because if you're relating with your friends and you go with that idea of desecrating the Quran as you would with an arrogant Muslim, I don't think that would be, it wouldn't result in any fruitful, like anything fruitful, because you guys are just gonna end up on a wrong foot and just be angry with each other and probably never have the opportunity to talk about it again. And so I think it's very important to know the different situations and how to approach those different situations as well. So yeah.
Absolutely. And in fact, that's something that I've been clear, and I have desecrated the Quran before on video. And I'm very clear in the video why. And I stopped multiple times and I explained why. Explain why at the beginning, why at the end, with the event in the middle, as such as it is. So being very clear and having in response to an action that is done, something that is beyond horrendous. That should not be done in this day and age at all.
Yeah. One other thing to sort of move a little bit to something that's in the ballpark, but just move it off this for a second and just think about, insulting something taught in the Quran, right? So not necessarily talking about outright, destroying the book or something like that, but it's often the case that people who are arrogant and overconfident in their religion in their book, they're used to people playing kid gloves with them, and that only increases their false view that their religion, their beliefs, these sorts of things are untouchable, right? Inviolable, or beyond criticism. And often in the case of such people, what gets through to them is when they see how easily one can poke holes in it. And so in the case, now back to the desecration of the Quran, in the case of something like this, Muslims believe they have these crazy videos. I know David's done something on this, but they've got videos, for example, that a cat won't walk across the Quran, right? This kind of stuff in their minds is overturned as soon as they see somebody doing something to the Quran that they think is beyond conscionable, right? If a cat can't walk across the Quran because it's so great, what's a person like that going to do when he sees somebody folding it into origami or shooting it or burning it? That has an impact on them, and
Yeah.
it's not being done just to make fun of them. It's being done for a purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the point is always to recall to repentance, or to make it so they do not want to do an act that would cause people, well, to die, to be
Yeah.
plain.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the main goal. Like the intent of letting our Muslim brothers know that the only way to repentance is Christ. If we have that intention, like in the converse, if that's the main intention, I believe the Holy Spirit would guide us in the knowledge and wisdom on how to approach these things.
So welcome, David. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Just sending out a link here. Sure. Sending out a link to where we're at. What's up? What's going on? Why you got Anthony Rogers talking? He don't know anything.
And he started talking. I thought I was expecting that tin thing on the right to start moving its lips, but then this other thing started jabbering.
Because that's how things work in Anthony Rogers fantasy land.
So Anna, thank you for joining us.
Right.
We do have another caller that we'll go ahead and switch to. If you have any other insights, you're more than welcome to join later on.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Now, of course, now you join, and I'm just about ready to get to your super chat, except I don't know the meme. So I'm a failure.
I think the Quran fears me knows it much better than me.
What is it?
Let me pull it on up.
Get a pen pal.
Oh.
Get a pen pal.
Oh, yeah.
I've actually not heard that clip.
Yeah, that's Jordan Peterson. Classic Jordan Peterson. Hey, Sunnis, get a Shia pen pal. And then after that, get a Christian pen pal. And then, God forbid, a Jewish pen pal. And that'll solve all the world's problems. Because that's how things work in my mind. It's interesting. It's like the...
yeah, I'd love to see that.
It's interesting. I just made a video about sort of the new atheists and them thinking that if you got rid of Christianity and started replacing it with atheism, that the world's going to get better and better and better as this happens. And it's almost like a scientific experiment. They're putting it forward like, hey guys, watch what happens if we start getting rid of Christianity. The world's going to become more scientific and more rational and so on. And it doesn't. It's like an epic. It's like a just drop off. Everyone starts going insane the moment people start heading away from Christianity. But that it kind of reminds me, because these were academics. These guys were academics. Daniel Dennett. I mean, we had to read his books in graduate school in philosophy. Richard Dawkins. These guys are all very high level academics, and you kind of live in what's called the ivory tower, right? You're usually interacting with other people who are like you, and hey, we're reasonable, and you're looking out at the rest of the world. No, everyone else seems like barbarians compared to us. And so you get a silly idea for how to fix things based on your own experience, right? So if we're atheists, and look, we get along. We're not killing people over stupid stuff, but look at, religious people, what they're doing. So obviously the solution here is to make everyone like us. And that's going to make the world a better place. And not realizing you're only coming to that conclusion because you don't actually know a lot about the world and how people think and how the rest of the world works. You know how you think in your little bubble, but it's very similar to Jordan Peterson. I mean, he spent years, and he's an academic and interacting with other academics, and he's a professor, but he's acting, he's talking to students and so on. And so you just get a very skewed view of the world and what works and so on. And so it makes sense in his mind. Hey, one of the problems when people hate each other is they don't really know each other. And therefore, the solution to a problem like Sunnis and Shias killing each other, or jihadis killing Christians, or jihadis killing Jews, is that they just don't know the other person. That's the reason. They just don't know the other person. If they knew the other person and interacted with the other person, then everything would get better and this would solve the problems. Not even bothering to think, okay, Sunnis are fighting Shias. Why? This goes back to the first generation of Muslims. They started slaughtering each other over the leadership. Muhammad said that the best generation of Muslims was that first generation of Muslims. That first generation of Muslims almost annihilated itself. If they had been like 1% more violent, it would not be here. They were as violent as you could be while still having the community somehow survive. But they were slaughtering each other by the thousands. And that's the best generation. So when you come along 14 centuries later and you say, hey, get a pen pal, that'll solve this 14 centuries problem wherein Muhammad has declared that the greatest generation ever in Islam is this generation that almost annihilated itself with violence. And you really think, oh, well, if a Muslim just gets a pen pal, that's going to fix anything. No, that's stupid. To be clear, there's a grain of truth there that, namely, yes, it does help if you actually know other people and don't view them as, some completely alien thing. But the idea that this would make any sort of impact on these massive issues in society, it's just an ongoing problem that you've got people on all sides of all issues sitting in academic institutions thinking, oh, this is how things work in my head, and these guys have no concept of what the real world looks like. And so they end up making really, really stupid decisions.
But David, the real question here is, why are you stuttering?
Because I'm scared. I'm scared of the power of the Quran. Super powerful.
That was a great one. So, okay. So since you're the guest, what is your point of view on the topic?
I just want to start off with the first time ever I am able to converse with David Wood face to face. Not face to face, but more like, online.
Don't worry, life gets better.
Oh, yeah. David Wood, in 2017, because of you, I think Hatun showed you the message as well when she was in America. I was the one sending you that message and telling you, my sister left Islam because of you. And then she made my mom leave Islam because of you. And then I left Islam because of you in 2 hours watching your videos. And wow. I was asking the family, thank you for that. And I honestly, I pray for you every single time I do any prayer. Thank you for bringing me out of Islam and my family. And honestly, thank you that I am now a Christian because of you.
Oh,
it's
awesome
like,
stuff.
You helped me so much. Your testimony, your Nabil Qureshi, that brother. I'm from Pakistan myself, so I was born in Lahore. So I'm an immigrant to UK. So I have seen firsthand what Islam does. So I never, my testimonies, too far off big to make you go through right now. But in all honesty, thank you so much, David Wood, for what you do. And every one of you, all of you especially, I really, really, really appreciate for all the things that you guys do. So yes, I'm in a dilemma here when it comes to Quran burning, in all honesty. So because I'm an ex-Muslim, now a Christian, when I go to Speaker's Corner and I would see Hatun and I would see a lot of other brothers and sisters in Christ, and then them having their own methodology of the way they will converse with Muslims, I have a very subtle, I'm more, how can you say, I have a very civil way of conversing with them. I will not use any abusive language when it comes to Muhammad, not like I'll start calling him like, oh my God, this and this. He was molesting a child, or he had actual sexual intercourse with a child. So I'll be like, this man has done this. How do you resonate with this, with this sort of thing? But then I also have come in a dilemma where I know a lot of ex-Muslims who burn the Quran and who shoot the Quran, or a lot of ex-Muslims who are like Apostle Prophet Ridwan. I understand why he does that. Even I would say, because of the pedophilia which is allowed in Quran, Surah 65, verse 4, in regards to the prepubescent girl, the divorce, the divorce time for them is 3 months as well. So everyone who's a father, who the Quran allows you to marry someone like this and to divorce someone like this, who's a young girl, every father with a bit of conscience will definitely burn or shoot that Quran, definitely. Because at the end of the day, someone who's a survivor of sexual abuse themselves, I'm sorry, but even I would do that. But I stopped myself because I was like, for me, I have an issue where if I want to evangelize Muslim and I do all these sort of things, they're not going to really talk to me then. They're not going to really respect me if it comes to Speaker's Corner. And I'll be much more of a bigger target in that regard too. So, that's why it's a dilemma for me in that regard, where I see the pedophilia being allowed in certain ways, and I have videos now, and I've spoken to Muslims. They defend it with so much core that it baffles me. How can someone actually defend child abuse, pedophilia? How can you defend that? And then what? I put this across as well. I tell them, like, look, Christ tells you do not offend a child. Christ tells you how to look after a child, love, care. It all everything about Christ is all about love, kindness, patience, as fruit of the Spirit. All these sort of things are spoken about by Christ himself. 6 centuries later, how does God change his mind when it comes to, okay, you need, like 6 centuries later, Muhammad, okay, go marry a 6-year-old. Okay, Muhammad, you can do this, you can do this. All sins committed under the name of the Son, he has done. And God allows it. How did God change his mind in 6 centuries? It's also baffling. But I put these sort of questions to Muslims and make them think. Read the Bible, and then you read the Quran. You can see the world difference. I've seen that. I lived in Pakistan, so David was right in a way. You can go to Pakistan, you can go to Lahore right now. When it's Muharram, when the Shia beat themselves in the city of Lahore, where I'm from, Shia and Sunnis cannot live in the same neighborhood. Then you got Wahhabis cannot live in the same neighborhood. They all curse each other constantly. Their mosques constantly curse each other. So there is so much division between themselves in Pakistan. I still don't know how they don't end up killing each other all the time. But they do attack each other all the time. That's one thing. But they don't end up killing each other somehow. I don't know how, but this happens. So this is why I'm in a huge dilemma. That's why I want your opinion when it comes to ex-Muslims like me. And then we are trying to converse with a lot of Muslims, or trying to evangelize Muslims. If I burn the Quran, they're not going to converse with me. But if I don't burn the Quran and I see the pedophilia and I see the sexual immorality in there, I just can't help myself and say, oh my God, to hell with this. So, I hope you get what I mean.
No, I completely understand. Completely understand your dilemma, where you're placed. I mean, that is a thing to measure. I mean, everyone needs to have discernment themselves in the situation they're in. You know what ministry the Lord has put you in. You know what opportunities are there. That is for him to decide what you need to do. And you need to have ears to listen, and it may not be that as the option. And again, it's not, I've ripped the Quran, I've burned the Quran, done that sort of stuff to it, but it's not out of an anger that I have necessarily. I just do it because it needs to be done as an example of what happens if Muslims do X. In response to this happens. Same way you could go about punishing, if you have a kid, the same way you go about putting them in timeout or doing any other punishment. It's not because you want to punish them. It's because, hey, there's repercussions here. And if you're going to do this, I'm going to go about it in a non-violent way. I'm not going to harm you physically in this way, but you need to know this is unacceptable. So,
Yeah, let me jump in with a few thoughts here. Because if you're a Christian, you want to have good behavior and you want to be interacting with people, and you want to be able to share the gospel and so on. I have seen it as an issue that this is weaponized against Christians, their desire to interact with Muslims. In fact, Anthony, you might remember, but if you go back to 2005, 2006, 2007, so after Nabil converted, we started going around to Christian conferences and so on, dealing with evangelism towards Muslims. And back then it was standard. It was the rule that you don't ever criticize Muhammad or the Quran. I'm not talking about desecrating the Quran. I'm talking about you don't criticize. You don't say one word of criticism about Muhammad, and you don't ever criticize anything in the Quran. That was standard. That was every church we went into. That was the message. Do not do these two things. And I was wondering, well, where in the world are they getting this? Because the Arab Christians who were having massive success in witnessing to Muslims were the exact opposite. They're saying we blast away at Muhammad and the Quran constantly, and Muslims can't stay away. They keep coming to us. So I'm looking at them, and then I'm looking at basically my own experience, and it was Nabil didn't even take the gospel seriously until he started seeing problems with Muhammad. And he only saw problems with Muhammad because I'm bringing up the problems with Muhammad. What about this? What about that? You said this guy's the greatest guy who ever lived. What about this? What about that? And so it was weird going into a church that's doing training and then hearing, don't ever criticize Muhammad or the Quran. I mean, Nabil told me after he became a Christian, he said that when we were discussing issues like the reliability of the New Testament, the death and resurrection of Jesus, and so on, he said he would realize as we're studying, he'd be thinking to himself going, wow, Christians actually have good reasons for what they believe. They actually have good evidence for all of these things. But he said he would think, well, even if they show me with 99% certainty that all these things are true, I'm still 100% sure that Islam is true because of the amazing scientific miracles and because of the perfect preservation of the Quran. You could go down the list. Now, all of his reasons for having this level of confidence in Islam that absolutely trumps anything else. It rules out taking anything else seriously. You can't take it seriously when you have this 100% confidence in Islam because of lies that you've been told. So to walk into a church and hear, don't ever refute those lies, and therefore never refute this 100% confidence, false confidence that Muslims have in their religion. Don't ever do that. Instead, just preach the gospel to them, which they are not going to take seriously because they think they have 100% confidence in Islam. And so I was hearing this and I was like, this sounds disastrous to me. It sounds completely wrong based on everything I know. And so I kind of try to trace where they got that idea from. Where did Christians get the idea you don't ever criticize Muhammad or the Quran? And I eventually I could trace it to two places where it looked like they were getting it from. One was that Christians were being trained by missionaries to Muslim countries. In other words, and that kind of makes sense. If someone's a missionary in Iran and this person comes back and your church is having an event on witnessing to Muslims, wow, why not get this missionary who's been preaching the gospel in Iran? But if you get a missionary who's been preaching in Iran and say, hey, how do you preach the gospel? Yeah, don't ever criticize Muhammad or the Quran. That makes sense. That makes sense in that context. It doesn't make it. The idea that the same rules apply to Christians who aren't in a Muslim context is weird. But now you had people who, for very practical reasons and legal reasons, you don't criticize Muhammad or the Quran. And then they're applying them to Christians in general around the world. Whereas I would instantly be like, okay, if you're not criticizing Muhammad in Saudi Arabia or Iran or something like that, I get it. That makes sense. But that's kind of the reason the rest of us in other places where we can do it need to do it, because you can't do it. And yet it still needs to be said. But anyway, but that's not what was happening. It was happening. The missionaries were training Christians in America. Here's how you interact, and don't ever criticize Muhammad or the Quran. So that was one place it was coming from. The other place it was coming from
Muslims
was Muslim speakers. Muslim speakers at interfaith events were saying, and notice they're taking advantage of a Christian desire to get along and build bridges, right? They know that. They know that Christians love to be in a room, Christians, Muslims, Jews, everyone in a big interfaith event and so on. Christians love that. But the Muslim speaker would say, hey, Christians, isn't it great that we're all here together? Isn't it great that we're all gathered for a meal? Isn't this great? Isn't it great? Christians and Muslims being able to get along like this. And building these bridges. Isn't this wonderful? Well, guess what? If you want to keep building bridges with Muslims, there's two things you never do. Never criticize Muhammad and never criticize the Quran. The moment you criticize Muhammad or the Quran, that's when no Muslim is going to listen to you ever again. In fact, Muslims will be so horrified at hearing you criticize Muhammad or the Quran, they will never listen to a Christian again. Is that what you want? You don't want that, right? You want to build the bridges. Right? And so they kind of weaponized good intentions of Christians and use them to block criticisms of Muhammad and the Quran. And so back then, it was just standard to hear any Christians who are training other Christians to interact with Muslims. It was just standard to say, don't criticize Muhammad or don't criticize the Quran. Fortunately, you don't hear that much anymore. It's very rare to hear that nowadays, just because the ministries that are blasting away at the foundations of Islam, Muhammad and the Quran, are the ones that see all the people leaving Islam. And so, it was basically years of just, hey, you have an idea in your head that you picked up along the way, but your idea is being constantly shown to be false by Muslims leaving Islam, that people started realizing, okay, maybe it is fine to criticize Muhammad and the Quran. But notice, even in that context of criticizing Muhammad and the Quran, there are tons of different ways to do it. There are situations where someone's being a jerk and you want to shut him up, and you say, hey, your prophet had sex with a 9-year-old. He's a pedophile. There are situations where you'd want to blast someone who's being particularly nasty with that sort of thing. If you're talking to some Muslim friend that you meet at school, you don't want to talk like that. You don't want that. That would be taken as you don't actually want to have a conversation. You just want to be insulting and so on. But notice, you could get the exact same information across in a completely non-confrontational way, in that you could say, hey, you told me that you believe that Muhammad is the pattern of conduct for your religion. I was just wondering how you reconcile that with something. I just read an article and it talks about Muhammad and his wives, and it's saying one of his wives is 9 years old. And I know lots of people criticize Muhammad for this, but I was just wondering what your perspective is, because I don't want to just believe what Anthony Rogers says about this. I'd like to get your perspective, and then you can actually hear from that person. But notice, you're getting the exact same information across. You're just doing it in a way that's actually better. It's actually better to stick, because this person isn't just going to dismiss you and, oh, I don't want to talk to this jerk anymore. That person's actually going to go and try to look through this in order to respond, because you've asked for that person's perspective. So, in other words, there are different approaches depending on the situation. Someone's just clearly not interested in any sort of conversation or listening to the gospel at all, and is just being an insulting jerk. Well, guess what? Your sources are filled with tons of ammunition if you want to go down that road. And it's not just to be mean. People need to hear this stuff about your prophet. And if you're opening the door for me just blasting you with it, fine, I'll blast you if I need to. But most situations wouldn't require that. So that's all just the point is the conversation I'm seeing now with whether we should respect the Quran and not do things like take a bite out of the Quran or something like that. Notice, no one's saying everyone should just be doing this all the time for fun or something like that. Is there a place for these kinds of things? Are there situations where you would do these kinds of things. But in my mind, it's parallel to the way things were like 15 years ago, 15, 16, 18 years ago, where everyone said, don't ever do this. This is off limits. And it's something that shouldn't be off limits. It's criticizing. There's a very important place for criticizing Muhammad and the Quran in dealing with what's going on in the world and for purposes of evangelism and so on. So to just say, no, you can't do that because this would hurt the feelings of some Muslims or something like that. Well, you still got to get the truth across to Muslims. And so, look, yes, hearing these things about Muhammad and hearing these things about the Quran will hurt the Muslims' feelings. He still needs to hear those things. So you can think about the best way to get that information across to a Muslim. He still needs to hear that because he's been fed a bunch of lies. And the idea that Christians shouldn't expose lies because exposing the lies might hurt the feelings of the people who have believed the lies is just weird to me. So anyway, the question is there a place for things like, completely disrespecting or desecrating the Quran? And I'd say we need to be careful of it, but there are definitely clear situations. And the Muhammad hijab a few years ago, was this 4 or 5 years ago, when he said he's launching a campaign of threats of rape and torture against our wives. So he starts doing it, and he's blasting away at Abdullah Samir's wife and AP's wife, and he's sending his army of trolls. Guys, don't worry about AP. Don't worry about Abdullah Samir. Go after their wives. Stalk their wives on social media. Find pictures of them and just heap these insults and threats of rape and torture and so on constantly at them. Because their method was, okay, Abdullah's clearly not afraid when we threaten him. AP's clearly not afraid when we threaten him, but these guys love their wives. And so if they realize, notice, they're trying to program other people's behavior. They're trying to condition and modify other people's behavior. The reasoning is, if these guys are not going to submit because of the threats we're giving them, they love their wives. And so if they realize that their behavior is causing problems for their wives, then they're going to stop that behavior. They don't want their behavior to lead to these consequences. They don't want, as an atheist standing against Islam, they don't want their behavior leading to bad consequences for their wives, whom they love. The Muslim community decided, we're going to use that in order to silence these guys. They're going to keep their mouths shut, because every time they open their mouths, we're going to go after their wives. And this is going to train them very quickly not to open their mouths about Muhammad and the Quran. So this was all one big campaign to control other people's behavior. They're going to control what we say or don't say about Muhammad and the Quran and make us be nothing but respectful towards Muhammad and the Quran. Well, that was a situation where, okay, you're trying to control our behavior by making us uncomfortable when we talk about Muhammad. You want us to be uncomfortable because you want it to be in our heads. Oh, I'm about to criticize the Quran, but I know they're going to go after my wife afterwards, so I don't want to do it. I don't actually want to do it. We're trying to control our behavior. Well, guess what? If you're trying to do that, I can do that way easier than you can. I can do that way easier than you can, because this is what you're doing. Fine. Every time you do this, I'm going to take a bite out of your book. And so I did that. It was because I had seen the tweet. I didn't look at the tweet quote closely. This was Muhammad hijab threatening to rape and torture AP's wife. I kind of glanced at the tweet. I wasn't paying attention to it, forcing her to her knees and making her open her mouth and stuff like this. We were live, and it was AP, it was Abdullah Samir, and it was me. We were live when AP was like, "Did you actually read what this said?" Because I still wasn't paying attention when we went through it. He says, "Look at what this says," and I go through it and I go, "Oh no!" And this had become a Surah 6 verse 108 situation. Surah 6 verse 108 of the Quran. That's the historical background is that Muhammad and his companions kept insulting and mocking the gods and goddesses of the polytheists of Mecca. They kept insulting them. Ha ha, stupid God. What are you, stupid? And just kept mocking. And we see how they would talk when later on, this is years later, but when Abu Bakr says to one of the pagans, go suck Allah's clitoris. So you actually, hey, go perform oral sex on your goddess. This is how these guys have been talking to the polytheists. And in response, the polytheists eventually, after putting up with this for years, they eventually said, okay, fine. We don't want to insult Allah, but we're making it a new rule. We're so sick of what you're doing. If you do this, then we're going to insult Allah in return. And Allah's response is, shut it down. Stop the insults. Don't do the insults. Stop what you're doing. Do not behave in a way that is going to lead to a bunch of pointless insults against your religion. So stop what you're doing right now. Stop this behavior. Now, notice this isn't stop necessary behaviors. This isn't, in other words, if you said, hey, I'm going to do this unless you stop praying 5 times a day, that is not a reason for them to stop praying 5 times a day. But if they're doing things that are not necessary, like just heaping insults because they like it, and you say, okay, you're doing this right now. You're doing this right now. All right, if you do this, then I'm doing this in response. And so your behavior is going to lead to desecrations of your book. They're not supposed to do it. They're not supposed to do it. They're not supposed to do things that are just going to cause people in an irrelevant fashion to start insulting Muhammad and the Quran. So I'd known about that for years. There just hadn't been a situation where I wanted to actually implement it. But, these guys are now launching a campaign because Hijab had been doing it. And then he sent out his tweet saying, all right, now you guys take it from here. You guys take it from here. The rest of you take it from here. You go on social media, find their wives and harass them with threats of rape and torture. All in an effort to control what we're doing. And so I basically said, okay, if you're doing that, I know how to control your behavior until you, based on your book. And so I tore out Surat al-Fatiha, chewed it up and spit it out, and gave all kinds of warnings saying, look, you think that you're going to escalate and that's going to control our behavior. I can escalate too. And in fact, I think I'll be way better at it than you guys, because you guys don't deal well with this sort of thing. You get really, really, really quickly upset and offended. And so I took a bite out of the Quran. They all ran around and whined for a while. They cut the clip just of me taking a bite out of the Quran. They didn't say what it was about. And they ran to every Christian they could find on the internet. Look at what this guy is doing. Do you condemn this? Oh, do you condemn this? Hey, other person over here, do you condemn this? They went to everyone I've ever interacted with. Do you approve of this behavior of this man? They're trying to get me like blacklisted. They found out very quickly no one cared. James White was the only one I saw that actually cared, right? He's the only one. And I kind of believe that if I said, hey, I could save a busload of orphans from being blown up by taking a bite out of the Quran, should I do it? I actually think James White might say, no, don't save that busload of orphans, because like the feelings of people about their desecrated books and so on are somehow like of paramount importance. But everyone else was like, we don't care. We don't care what he's doing. And even more, once people found out what it was about. I mean, I talked to pastors and stuff. They're like, hey, you took a bite out of the Quran. What was going on there? And I said, oh yeah, they're launching a campaign of threats against our wives and so on. That's what they're going to do. And I knew I could stop it by taking a bite out of the Quran. And guess what? It stopped instantly. And like Christian pastors go, oh yeah, you had to do that then. In other words, it's understood in Christianity. It's understood among Christians. No, you do need to protect your wives. You have to. Somehow it's built into the Muslim mind that we're going to respect the Quran so much that even if they're going after our wives, we're still going to respect Muhammad and the Quran. And it's like, what planet do you live on? We don't care about your book. We just normally don't engage in book desecration. And so it's not because we actually respect your book. It's we like people, we respect people, and we understand that we're not going to do this just for no reason. And so they take that as, you see, deep down, they know that our book is true. And no, that's not. We're just trying to be nice. So in that situation, they're launching a campaign. I take a bite out of the Quran and it all stops. It stops instantly. I didn't hear anything about that anymore. I didn't hear anything about this campaign to harass and threaten our wives with these threats of rape and torture. Didn't hear it anymore. And so that's a particular situation where I say, okay, these guys are crossing a line. And I can actually stop them from crossing that line through. And I couldn't think of notice there was nothing else I could think of other than giving them what they want and say, okay, I back down. I submit. I submit. I will never criticize Muhammad or the Quran again, other than backing down from them and doing what they want, which would only encourage them to go around doing it more. The only thing that actually seemed to work in that situation was, okay, you're escalating, I'm escalating. But notice it's entirely peaceful. I'm not hurting anyone. I have a Quran that I bought with my money. It's mine. And the goal isn't to be mean or anything else. It was just, okay, you crossed the line, and your Quran itself gives me a means of controlling your behavior in that situation. So you're kind of listening to Allah in your religion. You're worried about Allah warning you not to do things that will cause people to desecrate your book and insult your religion and so on. So yeah, I think there are definite situations. So that's a situation. Other situations where this would be especially relevant, the cartoon controversies. If Muslims want to protest and say, don't draw cartoons of Muhammad, I'm totally fine with that. If they're responding peacefully and just letting themselves be heard and saying, guys, we don't like this, I'm totally fine with it. Once they go and start massacring people, or even if they're just like threatening to massacre people, I think it's entirely appropriate to just dial things up. Hey, you just threatened this cartoonist. Just so now, 10 of us, we weren't going to do this, but now, because you're threatening this person with violence, now 10 of us are going to post Muhammad cartoons. 10 of us are. And if you threaten violence, if you want to disagree, if you want to argue with us, that's fine. That's fine. You won't hear a word from me. If you're threatening violence, or if you engage in violence, it's not going to be 100. It's going to be 1,000. And if you get violent over the 1,000, then it's going to be 10,000. And this would actually be way more effective than what people do. Notice, if you went back to the Jyllands-Posten, those Danish cartoons way back at the time of the controversy, when Muslims threatened violence over some cartoons posted in a Danish newspaper, and it was kind of a test of free speech in Europe. But Muslims start threatening to murder everyone, and everyone backs down. Even media organizations that are reporting on this, they won't show the cartoons. Yale University Press published an entire book on the cartoons, and Yale said, you can't have the cartoons in this book because we don't want a violent attack on us. So notice what message did that send to the Muslim world? It's, hey, if you want to control our behavior, just threaten violence, just get violent. And that'll be the way to get what you want. Notice all the way back then, if the Jyllands-Posten had posted those cartoons, and you have Muslims around the world saying, we're going to kill and slaughter you over this, and then all of a sudden, every media organization in the West all of a sudden said, you know what, we're not even fans of posting Muhammad cartoons. We had no intention of doing this. We think this is stupid, but we have to stand our ground on whether people should be able to post stuff without being killed. And so we're all posting it right now. Guess what? The entire cartoon controversy would have been done. Never would have had it again. The Charlie Hebdo massacre never would have happened. Muslims would have understood, okay, they're taking this seriously and they're not backing down. And so this is not a way to get what we want. This doesn't work with them. Instead, they said, oh, they're threatening violence, therefore we'll do whatever you want. And that's exactly what led to the Charlie Hebdo massacre, where a bunch of cartoonists get massacred in France. It led to that because you're the ones who sent the message. You get violent, we'll do whatever you want. And totally wrong message. And you can actually see a similar case where Molly Norris, this was in response to, so South Park was going to have Muhammad on South Park. They got threatened by a group called Revolution Muslim. They backed down. Well, Trey Parker and Matt Stone didn't, but the network did, and they forced them to censor things so that Muhammad is never shown. But in response to that, Molly Norris, a cartoonist, she drew a coffee cup, and the coffee cup is saying, I am Muhammad. And she said, we're going to have an everyone draw Muhammad day. Notice she's saying it in response to the South Park thing. And she's saying, hey, we need to take a stand right now. And even though this is offensive to them, they have to get the point. We have to stand our ground. Otherwise, they're just going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until we're not allowed to say a word about their religion, which is exactly what they want. And you can't give into this because it's basically Sharia. It's Sharia light. It's as much Sharia as you can get in a Western nation. And it's blasting away at the foundations of our rights to things like freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and so on. Their goal is to ultimately silence everyone, silence critics of Islam, silence ex-Muslims, keep your mouths shut. You can't give into this stuff. So again, she draws a coffee cup saying, I am Muhammad. As far as I know, she is still in hiding to this day because she got threatened with brutal murder from Muslims around the world. But notice, in response to that, people went ahead and they went through with everyone draw Muhammad Day. And thousands of people posted cartoons of Muhammad on the internet. How many people died as a result of those cartoons of Muhammad?
No.
The answer is 0, because they realize, hey, if it's one woman, if it's one TV show, if it's one woman, if it's one group of, if it's one room of cartoonists, we can deal with all that. We can go after that. We can either kill them for that, or at least threaten them over that stuff, and we can get what we want. If it's thousands of people, it's too late. We can't do it. We can't do it. And and that's when they realize, wait, as soon as thousands of people around the world are involved, we have to back off. Now, notice they're trying to control our behavior, and we simply flip it and say, okay, if you're trying to control our behavior by threatening our wives, trying to make us uncomfortable about things we love, well, guess what? We can do that with things that you love, like your Quran. And we can actually make you do what we want by forcing you to obey Allah, who tells you not to make us do certain things. And so I think that's a perfect situation where it should have been done, but wasn't. Hey, if you're going to threaten people with violence over cartoons, so we're all going to make cartoons, even people who don't want to do cartoons, even people who don't want to offend you like that. We have to reluctantly engage in that sort of thing. So I think that's an appropriate situation. So I think there are situations where it's entirely appropriate to desecrate the Quran or to make fun of Muhammad. The question is, like, where you draw the line. Like, should we be doing this all the time just to make a point? Or, I mean, my view would be the same way we've been doing it. When people are crossing certain lines, you get them behind that line again. You say, no, you're crossing this line. This is what it's going to lead to. We're going to do this in response to that. And right now, you're across the line. So here's what we're going to do until you get back on the correct side of the line. I think that's entirely appropriate. And as far as in terms of evangelism, because Francis, you're correct. I don't want to walk up to someone, burn a Quran, and then say, hey, let me preach the gospel to you. Not going to go over well. But at the end of the day, I think Muslims respect you more for standing up for what you care about than if you don't. I mean, in other words, just imagine that Muhammad Hijab said, hey, we're going after their wives. We're going after their wives. Imagine if we had just backed down and not put him in check. Christians might have thought, we're good. Now we're good because we're not going to criticize Muhammad or the Quran, because if we do, they're going to go after our wives with threats of rape and torture. Therefore, let's just be as nice as possible. There would have been Christians who thought that was a good idea. From the perspective of Muslims, think about this from the perspective of Muslims. The real perspective of Muslims would be, these guys won't even stand up and check us for their wives. They don't care about their own wives enough to jump up and stand up. Are you kidding me? What is this religion? You seriously want to preach me your gospel that you won't even stand up for your wife? That's how soft this makes you. That's how pathetic this makes you. Don't ever tell me about your religion again. You won't stand up for your wife. Oh my goodness, this is pathetic. Yeah, tell me about your little gospel, mister. I'll let you trample all over my wife. So at the end of the day, as much as they may whine, I think they actually respect that more. They won't admit it, but hey, I will. If it comes down to you going after my wife, I will burn your Quran on a daily basis until you stop going after my wife. I do not care about your book at all. I do care about my wife, and they will throw a tantrum over that. But at the end of the day, I think they'll respect that more. And so for me, it's kind of a where do you use this? Because it should be kind of in extreme situations to block very bad behaviors. But I think it is appropriate in certain circumstances. The question is what exact like circumstances. And again, it's not something that I think all Christians should be doing. I think some Christians need to be doing it so that other Christians don't have to. It's like if I walk outside, let me put it this way. If there's like a dead raccoon on our back porch or something like that, I want to do that because I don't want my wife to have to deal with that, right? I'll deal with that. So I would want to deal with that, or I would want one of my sons to deal with that. I don't want my wife to have to deal with that. And likewise, if there are Christians who are out there wanting to preach the gospel and so on, some of us need to deal with guys who are threatening to murder and torture people. So, let that be me and a few others and so on, so that other Christians don't have to deal with this. But at the end of the day, some people have to deal with some of the behaviors from Muslims and from the Dawa community, because if you do not put them in check, they will use everything you care about and every good intention you have against you to control your behavior and make sure that Muhammad and the Quran are never criticized, which allows them to continue lying to propagate their religion. And so anyway, Islam historically does this. It puts people in weird positions where they have to do things that they wouldn't ordinarily do, but it's because of the behavior of Muslims putting people in this situation. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's what brought us to even approach this sort of topic. I think this super chat from Borderlines, what sums up quite well. David is the best. God bless David. XXX. I forget if the O's are supposed to be kisses or the X's are supposed to be kisses. I'm hoping those are the hugs. I don't remember.
I don't remember either. Because you could argue it. You could argue it either way. Like the X looks like, I guess that's like crossing like a kiss, but the O looks more like a. So I don't know.
I got 3 points to make here, guys.
Go ahead. Right. And then we need to move on to the next caller.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm going to be as quick as possible now. So we have one ex-Muslim who is in Sweden, or I guess Denmark. No, I think it's Sweden. His name is Safwan, and he is he's in really actually the Swedish government is trying to deport him and get rid of him because he's burned Qurans outside the Israeli embassy and the Turkish embassy. So he's really in that sort of fix where he needs humanitarian help. So I really wanted to get that message out there for people to see. And the second thing is the hypocrisy of Muslims, where Putin is saying Quran is a holy book and stuff like that, while he killed so many Syrians. So they just let him get away with it while saying, oh, he's so good, look, he's protecting our Quran and stuff. So that was a major stupidity in my opinion. And the third thing I would say, thank you so much again, David, for your input. Completely understandable. And I didn't get to hear all three. I got to hear from you too because David took the most of it. But thank you so much, Anthony, as well, for being here and giving your facial expression inputs. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
I agreed with what David said. So now you've got two people's contributions.
I would go with what David said as well. So
thank you guys. God bless. Take care.
Yep.
Thank you. And welcome. It's been a little while. You've been in the back. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. Yes. So
yeah, I was waiting for so long. I was doing push-ups. Now I'm out of breath.
Hey,
well,
Magnus.
Good use of time.
All right.
I saw Magnus. I thought for sure this is going to be a Scandinavian.
Really? Oh, I got it from my real name isn't Magnus.
Oh, okay. Never mind. If that's a fake name.
Yeah, from Magnus Carlsen, chess player.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you're named Magnus, that would either be Magnus Carlsen or that would be Magnus Robot Fighter, the old comic book. But you sound too young for that.
Yeah. All right. So this has to be kind of quick. I have to go soon, so I'm gonna try and be concise. Even though I'm out of breath. Okay. So, David, I understand your perspective when it comes to burning in response to them going after your wives. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm out of breath, but all right.
You're good. You're good.
All right. Yeah, so I understand your viewpoint. However, I think the ultimate goal for us is to reach as many Muslims as possible. So I would say that us burning is kind of fighting fire with fire, and I don't think it's accomplishing anything at the end of the day. I think intellectual arguments, we'll stick with them more. And if we show ourselves to be the bigger people who use intellect and just point out their rape threats, I think that's more effective than burning their books. But I do understand though where you come from.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't see it. I've been interacting with these guys for a long time. If you were to say, if they launch a campaign of threats of rape and torture against your wives, and your response is, "Hey, everyone, look at what they're doing," that will send a message to lots of Christians. Lots of Christians will look at that and say, "Wow, this is messed up what these guys are doing." Don't know if you noticed, they tend to not care very much, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Islam launches terrorist attacks, and they don't seem to care that. Wow, this really upsets a lot of people. But again, more so, as I was just pointing out, and Francis was on here, from the perspective of Muslims, saying, we really want to reach Muslims. I think Christians actually do more damage by not jumping up and crossing that line. Because again, if all you do is complain, and try to show people what they're doing when they're threatening, they're online threatening harassing, a campaign of harassment towards women. If you do not take your stand right then and put them in check, I do not think they will ever, that community, I don't think they will ever take you seriously again. You could preach the gospel all day long. In their psychology, if your religion causes you to be this insanely weak to the point where you would not stand up and stop someone from coming after your wife, shut up. Just shut up. We're not interested in it. Maybe we let you sit here and run your mouth. This is nothing we can take as seriously. This is a group which it's defining. I mean, its central core characteristic is that it respects strength and views itself as strong. Once they view you as weak and cowardly and you just back down and complain, and you could stop it, but you don't stop it, they lose all respect for you. In other words, they may say, "David, we've lost respect for you because you took a bite out of the Quran." Bull. They will actually respect you more if you say, "Dude, if we're talking about my wife here, I'm ready to go to the death. You will have to kill me before you stop me coming after your book and your prophet, if you're going to be going after my wife. So no, you stop what you're doing." At the end of the day, they just respect that more. And again, they'll whine, they'll complain, they'll pretend, because it seems like they love to put on shows to pretend that they're the victims in all these things, because they know that works with a Christian audience. Notice you've got the what's going on with the Uyghurs in China. Way worse than anything that's going on in Israel or anywhere else. They put over 1 million Muslims in concentration camps, and they're raping the women, torturing them. They have all these sorts of torture devices and stuff. They're torturing them. They spend a couple of years torturing them, breaking them psychologically. They put them out, they become drug addicts, and then they spend the rest of their lives as drug addicts. This is what they're doing to completely wipe out the Muslim population in China. Notice, it's very rare to hear Muslims complaining about this. The reason is they know it doesn't work against the Chinese, right? They know the complaining and, we're victims. They know that works in the Christian West. It doesn't work with China. So they don't even try it with China. So they understand what works and what doesn't work. And they love to put on a show of, we're so offended by this to Christians. You got to see through it. You got to look right through it. And yeah, at the end of the day, they respect standing up for what you believe and not backing down way more than anything else. And so, as much as they might complain, I mean, think about this. I've eaten the Quran. I've done QURANIGAMI, multiple QURANIGAMI tutorials and so on. When a Muslim messages us during a live stream with a threat, we don't go all out or anything. We just grab a page of the Quran, crumble it up. Hey, that's what you get for threats. Guess what? They very quickly stop threatening us. And so I don't know. It's just we have to respond to certain kinds of behavior because you just can't allow people to go after your wives. That's bad for you. It's bad for your wife. It's bad for them to think that, oh, now we get to do this and they're not even going to stop us. That's a disastrous situation. You have to stop them in that kind of situation. And so where do you get this idea? Where do you get this idea that I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about lots of people in general.
Yeah.
Where do we get this idea that, hey, here is a completely peaceful, non-violent way to stop them in their tracks? And we say, don't do it because it will hurt their feelings. It's supposed to hurt their feelings. That's what you're doing. You're saying, hey, your behavior is going to lead to your own hurt feelings. Do you want hurt feelings? No, you don't. You don't want hurt feelings about your book. So you stop your behavior. It's entirely peaceful. There's no killing. There's no slaughtering. There's no threats of violence or anything else. It's just, hey, I know what your book commands you to do here, and I will use what your book says to stop completely unacceptable behaviors. I think this is actually massively underrated. All the problems that we're dealing with Islam right now, I think Christians could deal with these peacefully if they just understood some Muslim thinking and how to check certain behaviors. I think we'd be living in a completely different world right now. Notice if every time someone Muslims tried to shut down our ability to speak about something, because there are places in Europe where you get arrested for saying something about Muhammad and Aisha. That's happened. If every time they're like, hey, you have to do law changes to make sure that you can't criticize Muhammad or can't criticize the Quran or something like that, if every single time they even made the suggestion, there was an international uproar and said, now we're all going to do it. What you just said we can't do, we're all going to do it right now. You don't have to do that forever. You just have to do that once, and they'll get the message, and then they'll stop. And so there should be these lines. Hey guys, we're having some great interactions here. You can preach Islam. We'll preach the gospel. We'll respond to your arguments. You can respond to our arguments. Do not try to change these laws. Do not do these kinds of things. Once you do that, you've crossed the line, and we're going to make you stop. And if you actually state your case clearly, hey, don't get mad at me for eating your book. Get mad at the guy who was warned that if he doesn't stop, I'm going to eat your book. Okay, here's what I'm going to do if you do this. Oh, you're doing it. Okay, I'm going to do this. Who's responsible? Him. And it's funny because there were Muslims like Sajid Lippam and so on who, when they responded to the whole David taking a bite out of the Quran, they blasted Muhammad hijab. They're like, look at what you did. Look at, you know what this guy will do. You know what this guy will do. You did it anyway. What is wrong with you? But the real problem here is it just seems to be like one or two or three people who are going to do this. And it's a similar situation. They know they can target one or two or three people. If it became a thing where not just Christians, but Christians, atheists, Hindus, everyone said, hey guys, when your community crosses this line, here's what we're going to do in response. We can even make a list. We can even make a list saying, here are the situations where you're crossing a line. And here are the consequences of any of this line crossing that you do. When you do one of these things, do not complain that we then do this behavior, because we've warned you ahead of time. We've warned you ahead of time what the consequences are. I believe you'd see a dramatic reduction in those consequences, just because I've seen it over and over and over again. It doesn't work. It doesn't work with every Muslim, because sometimes Muslims just don't care about Surah 6, verse 108. They're so angry and aggressive. They don't care about you modifying their behavior. I would say somewhere in the ballpark of 80 to 90% of the time, if a Muslim comes over and he's just tossing insults, and I say, hey, you're just tossing insults and insulting everyone and stuff like that and tossing out threats. Here's a Muhammad cartoon. I'm just going to keep every time you comment, I'm just going to post another Muhammad cartoon. They almost always stop. Again, you're talking 80 to 90% of the time, they'll just boom, shut it down. Or when someone comes with an especially nasty comment, like there were Muslims after my son died, there were Muslims posting, ha ha, your son died, look, he's dirt, blah, 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 blah. And I would respond, hey, look, everyone, look what this guy just said. Knowing that a bunch of my fans have absorbed this idea of, hey, I know what will be an effective response to this guy. And they just start posting like cartoons of Muhammad and things like that. Muslims start shutting their own accounts down, right? Some of them, I mean, lots of them will just delete their tweet. But some of them, if people still keep kind of coming at them and stuff like that, posting stuff, they'll delete their entire accounts because they do not want to be associated. They do not want to be the cause of a bunch of cartoons of Muhammad being shared. So they'll like shut down their own accounts. The point is, it actually works. So notice it works. It's effective. Muslims, even though they will whine in the moment, they will respect you more for actually standing up for something instead of constantly backing down. It's entirely peaceful. How in the name of common sense is this like an off limits methodology for Christians around the world? Again, it's built into our, well, we want to reach Muslims with the gospel. This isn't going to hinder your ability to share the gospel with Muslims. In fact, Muslims would massively respect a Christian community that actually stood up for itself more than a Christian community that backs down in some weird mindset of, well, we have to back down because we want to reach these guys with the gospel. No, they're not going to listen to the gospel because they have no respect for you anymore. They think you're weak. So anyway, those are my thoughts. But yes, I do get the point, like Francis is pointing out, and I do understand that, again, you don't walk up to a Muslim and say, hey, I'm burning the Quran. Now we're going to talk about the gospel, which is why I think some people need to be doing this. But notice if David Wood is a jerk and David Wood eats the Quran, that doesn't stop a Christian from going and preaching the gospel. In fact, that Christian now seems much nicer by comparison than me. And so you can't judge every Christian by what I'm doing. And if a Muslim does that, oh, I'm not going to listen to the gospel because some Christians, they desecrate the Quran when we're going after their wives, something like that. It's like, oh, okay, that's them. Do you want, hey, Muslim, do you want me to judge every Muslim by the actions of ISIS? Well, no. Okay, well, don't judge all Christians by what other Christians do. I'm here preaching the gospel to you. So anyway, I think I actually believe that evangelism would be much more effective if Muslims looked at Christians as strong and not as weak people who back down. And a lot of what I hear from Christians is, no, we need to be the people who constantly back down in an effort as not to offend Muslims. And it's like, where did not offending Muslims become the rule? I don't know where that came from. If you got people who they believe in a book that says you can have sex with a prepubescent girl, how is it in my mind, do not offend these? I understand that criticizing that will offend you. Sometimes you need to be offended. This is true of me. This is true of everyone here. Sometimes we need to be offended. If we are believing some especially horrible stuff, or if we're doing some especially horrible things, sometimes we need hurt feelings. And so, but that's the thing, hurting someone's feelings over it, that's the best way. It's way better than just going out and slaughtering people. So I don't know. With me, it's like, if we don't deal with this peacefully when we have the opportunity, it's going to get to a time where the only way you deal with this stuff is through violence and future wars and stuff. And I'd much rather deal with it peacefully than violently down the road.
Yeah, I think those are some really good points. But I would say that there are like two things on my mind from that. Number one, when we're talking with a Muslim, I think that we have to kind of go into understanding that their logic is kind of skewed. I mean, they're defending a guy who was a literal pedophile, so their logic is all sorts of messed up. So when, of course, like the logic that one guy did this, so we can't judge everybody. I know obviously that's a logical argument, but with them, I don't think that many of them can have logical consistency like that. So when they see you doing it, they well, if you look at the comments, a lot of them are like, hey, I thought this was a religion of peace, but clearly look at this. This is how Christians are. So it really
yeah, but look at why they do that. They do that because they know that works with Christians.
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm saying when they're in the comments, oh, look what this Christian does. That's because they know it works with Christians. Notice what I'm doing when I take a bite of the Quran is like a billion miles away from what China is doing to Uyghurs. They'll complain about me more. Why would they complain about me more if I did something? The reason is they know it will work with Christians. In other words, it's not them actually believing, oh, this is what Christianity is. It's they know there are Christians watching, and they know that those Christians want to have interactions with Muslims. And so they'll say it. They'll say, look, oh my goodness, is this what Christians? Because they want those Christians to run out and say, no, that's not what no, we condemn this. And they want to marginalize and divide up the community. You're dealing with groups that are sort of professionals at weaponizing what people hold dear. Whatever
Yeah.
whatever is important to you, they want to weaponize that. They want to weaponize that and use it against you. And you just have to not let them use it against you. But notice, notice, I've been, again, I've eaten the Quran. I've washed it down with a beer. I rip up the Quran and so on. I fold up the Quran. I've done all that stuff. Seriously, like actually, how much Christian evangelism is stopped because of any of that or anyone complaining?
Very little.
None. Yeah, none. You'll get someone complaining, and once they realize the complaining won't stop, because notice they ran to everyone. James White, will you condemn that? Oh, will you condemn this? Will you condemn that? Do you condemn it? And once they realize, actually, I don't care who complains, I'm going to protect my wife regardless of the cost. They stop complaining. The complaining doesn't work. Now, me and AP pretty regularly, if someone sends in a death threat, we'll crumble up a page of the Quran. You don't hear a peep out of these guys. You don't hear a peep out of them. You don't hear from the Dawa guys. Hey, these guys. Notice it was this big dramatic event when I took a bite out of the Quran. It was a big dramatic uproar in the Muslim community because they believed that this big dramatic uproar would cause Christians to blast away at me, and then I would be marginalized and defeated. And so that was the goal. Once they realized, I just don't care. I'm going to protect my wife no matter what. Now they don't say a word. They do not say a word. So think this was just a few years ago. Taking a bite out of the Quran was this global uproar in the Dawa community. Now they don't say a word. Why? They know it doesn't work. So they're constantly looking for things to do that actually work, that are successful, and that's what they're using. But no, I could sit here. I could have an entire channel where I do nothing but blow up the Quran all day, or shoot the Quran all day. There'd be Muslims who complain about it, but no, it wouldn't stop evangelism. It wouldn't stop evangelism. And yet, what you did say that is absolutely correct is they're generally not thinking logically in terms of. Lots of them would say, "Oh my goodness, is this what Christianity produces?" and stuff like that, not realize how they're breaking their own rules. But that's the point of actually continuing the conversations. A Muslim will instantly say, when I take a bite out of the Quran, a Muslim will instantly say, "But in Islam, we would never insult the sacred symbols of other people's religions." Like, really? Look here. Look. Oh, what do you do with this source? Look at what your prophet did. Your prophet conquered Mecca, and he went around stabbing the eyeballs out of the 360 idols of the Meccans. He stabbed the eyes of the idols. So, are you saying that was you just said that that's wrong? That it's wrong to insult people's sacred symbols? Well, these were the idols of the polytheists, and he stabbed their eyeballs out. So you condemn Muhammad, right? You condemn Muhammad? No. I don't condemn Muhammad. Okay, so you can desecrate people's idols and so on. So why shouldn't I take a bite out of your book when you're doing X, Y, or Z? And at the end of the day, the real principle is it's okay for us to do it, not okay for anyone else to do it. It's okay for us to smash other people's idols. It's not okay for people to insult our religion in return. And you could I just bring all that to the surface. No, I'm not operating on hypocritical grounds. If you do not want me to do this, stop crossing the lines. I'm happy to interact with you in a completely normal, friendly fashion forever. I prefer that. I would much rather get along. I would much rather be friends. I would much rather do all that. I can't. And here's the thing. I can't let my desire to get along with peaceful Muslims. I can't allow that to cause me to let people who want to completely overthrow our civilization walk all over us and eventually stop us from being able to even preach the gospel. You can't do it, but they'll do that, right? Their methodology is of the ones who actually want to silence critics and use threats and intimidation. Their methodology is, we know that Christians want to interact with the nice Muslims. Therefore, we'll use that against them. Hey, if you want to interact with the nice Muslims, keep your mouth shut about Muhammad and the Quran, and don't do all these things, and basically adopt Sharia light. Otherwise, Muslims aren't going to listen to you, and you can't back down from that. You have to make it clear.
Well said. I think he might have dropped off. He did say he had limited time. We'll go ahead and go on to the next caller here. Go and pull you on up. Can you hear us? You're currently muted.
Yes, I can hear you. I just I have such a big head that when I don't push my camera back, it looks ginormous.
Hey, I won't condemn you for having a big head. It's just
I have a big head too, so I think we're good.
Yeah,
I have a big camera.
I've been watching some of your videos, your brother in Christ. I really enjoy the shorts with like the little blackboard. I think that's good. I took a pause when you like shot the Quran.
Yeah, what the heck's wrong with you?
But
Psycho.
But I think I get in a lot of trouble with my Muslim friends when they were asking me if I would ever burn a Quran. And I said I don't see myself doing it, but I want to reserve the right to do it in the future should like a need arise. And that seemed to really bother and trouble them. But I've noticed that just in getting involved in apologetics with Muslims, that if I like they're picking on me or they're bullying me, if I like boo-hoo it or if I play it down or why is me, then it just gets worse. And they just do not stop.
Yeah, bullies on the playground again. Just continuously.
Yeah, and actually, yeah. This is, I mean, something I brought up earlier, but it still applies here. When I'm talking about, if we're talking about something like Quran burning or something like that, it's something that some people may need to do in certain circumstances as the most effective, peaceful way of doing something. In other words, if there's something where if you do not stop this, then the outcome is some sort of eventual violence, and you can stop it through, burning a Quran or something like that. I think there are situations where that would be relevant, but it's not that, hey, every Christian who's interacting with a Muslim needs to do this. No, the vast majority of people don't need to do this, but it's more along the lines of some people need to take certain steps at certain times to stop horrible behavior. And again, it's like, I don't want my wife to have to deal with picking up a dead animal out of the yard. That's something that I should be doing. And it's sort of a situation like that. Okay, someone has to do this crap work. Someone has to do the really sucky things that are going to get Christians complaining about you and so on. Someone has to do it. So it might as well be someone like Derek, who doesn't seem to care a whole lot if a bunch of people complain about him. Might as well be someone like me, so that other people don't have to, and other people can kind of go along with their lives. But yeah, so as most people, they want to get along with everybody, and that desire has been weaponized by the Dawah community and jihadis to keep pushing the line further and further and further about what we're allowed to do and what we're allowed to say. And you just have to, someone needs to stand their ground and say, not an inch more. We're not giving it an inch on this. And if you try to move, here's the line. You are totally fine if you don't cross that line. If you cross this line 1 inch, here's what it leads to. This will not be on us. This will be on you. We have told you. And again, I don't know where people got the idea, oh, don't do this because this hurts people's feeling. That's the point. You're taking their behavior, which they like. Hey, I like going and being a bully in this situation. And you're responding saying, okay, if you like being a bully, you're no longer going to get the good feeling of being a bully. You're going to get the bad feeling of this your behavior leading to your book being burned or your book being shot or your book being folded up and so on. You're just reprogramming them. That behavior is it's like spanking a kid. It's like spanking a kid the goal is not to torture a kid or something like that. It's, hey, whatever you were just doing, you're about to drink that stuff under the sink. I want you to understand you don't do this. So anyway, yeah, the point is prison. We all understand that there should be bad consequences for certain actions as a deterrent to doing those actions. And then when we get to Islam, it's just walk all over us with every sick, stupid idea that pops into your dumb heads. And out of our desire to get along with nice Muslims that we want to preach the gospel with, we just let you do this forever and completely destroy civilization if necessary. But we will make sure that we are nice so we can continue. No, there are other things. Yes, you want to preach the gospel. Yes, you do need to stand against Sharia. Yes, you could, and we're a big community. We could do both.
As a child that was spanked when I definitely did a lot of wrong actions growing up, I would agree.
That's child abuse.
I was perfect. I had an halo right above my head. I never gave my parents one problem whatsoever.
I don't think your mom would agree with you. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
if we call her, it would be a little bit of a different situation.
I think one thing you said earlier, David, and the first time I saw you do this video about the praising and then the scolding, like that happens in these apologetic conversations. That if I say something that Muslims like, I get praised in a heavy degree. If I say something that they don't like, it's very negative and very critical. It's like that positive reinforcement. And I didn't realize that until I read the Quran in like a 3-week period. Lots of praise while I was doing it. When I didn't convert after that, zero praise. Zero.
Yeah. Yeah. We just saw that with, who was that? We just went through,
Was Nico?
No. Last night we, Jordan. Yeah. We went through a video by Go With Jordan, who's a TikTok guy. And he announced a couple months ago, hey guys, I'm going to read the entire Quran and share my thoughts. Endless praise. Alhamdulillah, you're going to be a Muslim. You're going to be a Muslim as soon as you finish, and so on. And then he posts a short TikTok video after he's read the entire Quran and says, this looks like a very human book to me. And he quoted Surah 33:53, where that's where Muhammad's, hey, all of you guys who keep coming over and hanging out at Muhammad's house and pestering him with questions, he's too shy to tell you to stop, but Allah's not too shy to tell you stop coming over and bothering him when he wants to be boning his wives. He sort of zeroed in on that, which is one of the verses that stand out if you're looking for human origins of the Quran. But he just pointed out that one verse and said, hey, this looks like a human book. And now he's being blasted. But yes, and I mean, there are five basic patterns of manipulation, but two of the most basic are positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement, and third being punishment. There's a little bit different between negative reinforcement and punishment, but Muslims use those most basic tools. When you're doing what we want, we shower you with praise. When you're doing something we don't want, we shower you with insults and abuse. And so when I've taken this as a warning occasionally over the years, whenever Muslims have praised me for something, I have to actually sit back and go, whoa, what did I just do that they liked? Because they just praised me over this. What just happened? Because I need to be careful about that. Whereas other Christian, I've seen it over and over and over again. They'll say, David, blah, blah, blah. You're so wrong. Look how Muslims condemn you. They praise me for my approach. And I'm thinking, if they thought your approach was actually effective, do you think they'd be praising you? If they thought that you're actually, you actually have a good method of reaching Muslims with the gospel, do you think they'd be praising you? Or is it they regard your method as completely ineffective and they like that, and so they're praising you to make sure you keep doing the exact same thing? And so it's just, you have to be aware that this entire system, it always uses just positive reinforcement or negative reinforcement for everything you do in an effort to control the entire world. And don't ever forget, because we all know this by now, what is the goal of Islam? Islam's goal is to dominate and control the entire world, whether you believe it or not. And that's why Islam is different from other religions. Islam has the rules for unbelievers as well. Unbelievers have to follow the rules as well. And so it's built into their psychology, constantly be looking for ways to control other people's behavior. If you dominate society and you can control people's behavior by saying, we're going to lash you or chop your head off if you do what we don't want to do, then you do that. If you're not in that situation, well, we'll just name call you and harass you and insult you and so on until you do what we want. But yeah, it's just, I mean, it's basic low level manipulation. It shocks me that it works because I see it whenever it's like glaringly obvious whenever it happens. Oh, you just did this, and they shower you with praise. Oh, you raised one criticism, they shower you with insults and abuse. And you're taking this information as how to get along, right? You're taking that they showered you with praise and you think, oh, I want to do more of that. I want to do more of that because they're praising me. I'm really making a difference in building bridges. But that's not why they're praising you. They're praising you because your behavior is what they want. and they shower you with insults and abuse when you do something they don't like. And there are lots of Christians who think, oh, I'd better not do that because I'm ruining my bridges with them, not realizing they're coming at you like that because they understand what you're doing is a threat to their religion and they don't want you to do that. Or it's something that would be effective in dealing with Islam. And so they're trying to control, and I don't know, people fall for it. And so you got these basic manipulation strategies and tactics, and they keep using them and they keep working. And the way you deal with a manipulator is to become what's called a hard target. It means I don't fall for your manipulation. And matter of fact, if you can read a book on like psychologists and how to deal with a manipulator, they say, don't try to change the manipulator internally. The first thing you need to do is show him that his manipulation tactics don't work anymore. And manipulators use manipulation tactics because the manipulation tactics are the easiest way to get what you want in that situation. And so if you show them, hey, manipulation doesn't get you what you want, or even better. And this is where like things like desecrating the Quran and so on come into play. If your attempts at manipulation actually lead to the opposite of what you want. In other words, if when I say, hey, I'm going to manipulate this guy by doing this, and the response is, oh, well, if you're trying to use this as manipulation now and control our behavior, we're going to do the opposite of what you want. It ends real quick. It would end because again, the entire goal of the manipulation is to control the other person and make him behave in the way you want. If your manipulation leads to the exact opposite results, they're not going to touch it. And so it's just this amazing situations where Christians, atheists, Hindus, everyone could be stopping all sorts of horrible behavior, which it is good to stop. It's better for the world if we stop certain behaviors. We could be dealing with it easily overnight, and we won't do it because, I don't know, we don't want to hurt people's feelings. And it's just, I don't know, it's insane. It's insane to me.
All right. I see someone else, I think, in the back gonna come
we'll
on. So I appreciate you inviting and, taking guests and all that. Thanks again, and keep up the good work in the videos, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Everyone follow James is Tired on YouTube. And if your brother in Christ had a heart, he would have a link to James's channel in the description box.
You have a large requirement. You're assuming a lot of things. You know that, right? Hello, are you there? Do you hear us? I should ask.
I mean, like, it's the impression, I guess. I guess, and definitely there are people who.
Hello?
Yeah, I think that happens, but I guess it just depends.
Buddy, you're live.
Yeah, but like again, I've met people who are
next.
Wait,
for sure.
I think he's on the phone.
There is just like a certain level of aggression.
Hey, Miss Emma, are you talking to us? Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
Are you talking to us? I can't tell if he's talking. You're saying he's talking on the phone? Yeah, hang up then.
I think he's talking to someone else because it's definitely not this conversation.
Oh, okay, then turn it. Yeah, turn.
I don't want him to say something he would regret live.
Oh yeah, cut that off. Yeah.
Okay, next one.
Yes, I'm calling. Yes, I'm calling into their show to plot to destroy your brother in Christ.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Good.
Yeah, I have a question for David.
Yo.
David, and what death was Jesus praying to be saved from in Hebrews 5:7?
Why don't you read the rest of Hebrews?
I read it. But
You read Hebrews? Then you know that the book of Hebrews repeatedly declares that Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead.
No, I understand, but I was just asking.
What
death was he asked to be saved from?
In Christianity, you go to the Old Testament, Sheol is a place of death. That's a place you go to after you die. So death is like a state. So being rescued from death, guess what? That's resurrection. So there are two things. One, you could say, if I say I want to be rescued from death, it could be I want to be rescued from dying. That's how Muslims interpret that verse. But notice that makes no sense whatsoever given the rest of Hebrews where it's repeatedly says Jesus died and rose from the dead. So this idea that it refers to being saved from dying makes no sense in light of anything. It doesn't make sense in the light of the words of Jesus, doesn't make sense of the repeated declarations in the Gospels that Jesus died, doesn't make sense of the entire New Testament, doesn't make sense of any of it. So what does it mean? Well, you die and you're rescued from death when you rise from the dead. And so that is the only interpretation there. And if Muslim apologists hadn't twisted the meaning, which they always do, like clockwork, to deny the unanimous testimony of the Bible, that, I mean, what's considered the most indisputable fact about the historical Jesus is that he died by crucifixion. And the only reason that anyone ever doubts that is because a verse of the Quran said it, 6 centuries later. So yes, that's the death to be rescued to is you die. You die. How are you rescued from that? Through resurrection.
So is it a physical death or a spiritual death?
That would be physical death.
So he prayed to be saved from a physical death.
Yeah. By the way, Derek, is this a live call-in show? Because I have to go in a couple minutes. Are we talking about Quran stuff, or
yeah,
are you just regular call-in?
No, it's not regular call-in. It's supposed to be on topic. I've been trying to be more lenient.
David, you don't want to answer a Bible verse, David?
I just did. And we know what you're. My goodness, we know what you're doing. Hey, David, look,
David, don't run this. Okay,
we don't have time for this. We got 10 more minutes before I have to go on AP's show. So yeah, actually, someone's got something on topic.
Okay.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, what's up?
What is your opinion?
Yeah. So in terms of the question, should Christians respect the Quran? I don't think the Quran is like the limit as to what Christians should respect. Christians should show respect across the board. I was in an open forum yesterday, and there was this one girl who had a position that the Book of Enoch should be scripture, and the other guy was like attacking her and calling her a cow and telling her she was dumb, and it was just not very Christian-like. It's okay, like, if you don't believe that the Quran is inspired or the Quran is the true words of God, but I like to go out of your way to like disrespect other people and other people's beliefs. I don't personally believe that's very Christ-like. At the same time, like, if I needed firewood and all I had was a bunch of Qurans, then guess what I'm using? I don't feel like if I were to burn a Quran, I'm going to have consequences other than making Muslims upset. But that would never be my first resort to anybody or any other religion. Just my point of view.
Yeah, and Josh, I actually agree that should be the general principle, and it's not really about respecting the Quran or this or that. It's about respecting people, right? So at the end of the day, we should. We're commanded to love other people and to basically, seek the best for other people. And so normally when it, saying, oh, you believe something different from me, so I'm going to burn it or something like that, that would sound stupid, would be massively counterproductive. So we're not talking about situations like that. We're talking about there are situations. And again, going back to Surah 6, verse 108 of the Quran, what this was originally revealed about, the polytheists weren't insulting the Muslims. They weren't insulting the beliefs of Muslims. The Muslims were insulting the beliefs of polytheists. They're mocking their gods. And the polytheists are becoming angrier and angrier and angrier and more hostile over this. And so they came up with their sort of last resort peaceful solution to this, because they're thinking this is going to get violent. And so they came up with their last sort of their last ditch peaceful method, which was, fine, if you're going to keep insulting our beliefs, we're going to insult your beliefs in return. We're going to insult Allah. We don't want to insult Allah. They were actually extremely tolerant by comparison to Muhammad. But they said, if you're going to insult our beliefs, we're going to start insulting your beliefs in return. If you're going to insult our gods and goddesses, we're going to insult Allah. And the command from Allah was, okay, stop. Do not cause them to insult your religion in return. So this is now notice that actually helped. That actually helped. I mean, eventually things broke down and they went to war and so on, but it actually helped for a while. hey, the Muslims are stopping this behavior that looks like it's going to lead to violence between our communities. So we're kind of looking at it from that perspective. There are certain things like again, suppose the jihadi is about to kill a busload of children, and you have no way of stopping him. You don't have a gun to stop him. You don't have anything. He's about to kill a busload of children. Suppose, just hypothetically, that you said, okay, dude, but I'm going over there with this Quran, and just so you know, if you blow up the bus, you're going to blow up this Quran too. Suppose that was enough of a deterrent to make him say, okay, I don't want to blow up the Quran. Chances are that wouldn't be enough, but suppose it were. I think that would be entirely relevant. So in these situations we're kind of talking about, in situations we're talking about where we know it's a command in their religion not to engage in behaviors that are going to cause people to insult your religion, or in this case, desecrate your book or something like that. We think we're basically saying there are situations where you would say, okay, if you cross this line, then I'm going to eat a chapter of your book. I'm just going to chew it up and spit it out. Unless you stop what you're doing right now.
So sorry, like as a last resort. I mean, the not a last resort, but like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like it's like, all right, guys, you're pushing. I mean, in your example, let's say like in 9/11, had somebody pulled out a Quran and said, hey, you guys don't stop what you're doing right now, I'm going to start ripping out pages of the Quran one by one. Like, we don't really know how effective that would have been, but if they really believe in the Quran as the Quran commands them to, then they should back down at that point, right?
Yeah, and so for something like that, I mean, once the wheels are turning and everything's in motion, probably ripping up a Quran isn't going to stop that sort of thing. But things happen all the time where you could stop it. Like earlier, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but with the cartoon controversies, when people drew Muhammad and then jihadis would threaten to kill the people, and then the newspapers would back down. And then eventually you had an entire, I mean, like the Charlie Hebdo massacre, where a bunch of cartoonists got massacred for drawing cartoons of Muhammad. If people had stood their ground and just said, hey, if you guys threaten a cartoonist over drawing Muhammad, if you want to disagree with him, that's fine. If you want to condemn him, that's fine. If you want to protest, that's fine. That is all completely reasonable, a completely reasonable response to something you don't like. If you say you're going to start killing people, guess what? We're all going to stand up and draw Muhammad cartoons. Nothing would have happened. No one would have been killed. If it had been known, hey, everyone's going to draw Muhammad. If you try to kill someone for drawing Muhammad, then killing the guy would do the opposite of what you actually want. And so they wouldn't do it. So it's situations like that where, I mean, you can actually save people's lives. You can save people from being killed by making it understood in the Muslim community that if you cross certain lines, it's going to lead to a backlash against your prophet and your book. But it's just too many people think, no, you don't ever hurt their feelings about their book or do that sort of thing. And I think that's a problem, because I think if you don't deal with some of these problems right now, you're basically passing it off to the next generation, who's going to have to. It's going to be much more difficult for the next generation to deal with problems if we don't deal with them now. And I'd rather leave my kids with a better world than a worse one.
Yeah. So how to deal with a Muslim 101.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, we're not talking about everyday situations where you're talking to a Muslim friend. If I'm talking to a Muslim, I'll probably have to close out with this because I got to go over and jump on with AP. But people get the idea. David, you're saying do this and do that and do this. No, these are all certain circumstances. If I'm talking to a Muslim, if I meet a Muslim somewhere, first, I'm just going to be asking lots of questions. Hey, what do you believe about this? What do you believe about that? Because I don't know what sect he is. I don't know what particular beliefs he has. I don't know how much he knows or how much he doesn't know. So the first time I meet a Muslim, if I'm having a conversation, I'm just going to ask him a bunch of questions about what he believes. And then that will eventually transition into some questions about why you believe that. Why do you believe that about the Quran? Why do you believe that about God? Why do you believe that about Muhammad? Why do you believe that about Jesus? I'm just going to ask questions. And then once I understand what that person's reasons for believing these things are. So my reason for believing in the Quran is this. then I'm going to start asking questions about that. So, oh, you said you believe that there are scientific miracles. What do you do with this verse? What do you do with that verse? It's not going to be insults. It can get to that point. And you can see in my videos, I'm totally based on other people's behavior. I'm willing to modify the way I'm doing things. But yeah, so guys, just wanted to be clear that we're talking about specific situations. We're not talking about running up and burning Qurans and stuff just to tick off, the nice Muslim who lives down the street. It's Islam puts us in a lot of very, very weird positions, and it's designed to. And we need to not have just an idea of here's the one thing that we always do, no matter what the situation is. It should kind of be, okay, here's the general marching orders. Here's how we generally interact with people. We generally want to get along with as many people as possible. We generally want to be at peace with as many people as possible. And we want to be talking about our beliefs and having discussions. There are other situations where that approach is not going to be helpful, and you gotta resort to some other means. So yeah, we're talking about specific situations. I think there are situations where, in order to create a deterrent to particularly bad behaviors, that I would think that things like Quran desecration and Muhammad cartoons and so on are on the table as ways to deal with it. So
thanks, David. Appreciate all your work, and brother in Christ, thanks for having the StreamYard open. I love the StreamYard. It's always a good opportunity to interact. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, Derek, I got a bolt. I'm going to fill up my coffee,
good.
and then I'll be, you shutting it down? You continuing?
I'll probably continue a little bit, depending on how many other call-ins I get. But then once we wrap up, make sure to go over, you said you're on APs?
Yeah. See, yeah, I'm going on
AP's
AP's channel next, but yeah, you might want to continue a little while. You got a pretty good, 365 right now?
Yep.
Good group.
Good to me.
Right. Well, yeah. If you're here watching Derek, keep watching Derek. Once you're done, check out AP. All right, man. Catch you in a bit.
They
Hello,
come in at the
everyone.
last second.
Let me know if there's an echo. There is a problem with my headphones.
There's a baby. That's for sure. We did have a super chat real quick here. Said, love your work. You guys do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help out on that. So I think David summed it up pretty well as far as why we have done desecration of the Quran. It's normally an extreme reaction to something horrendous happening. I think I've hopefully explained that well enough in all the videos I have done with the desecration of the Quran. So it's either been death threats or death outright that I've used it for. So let's see. Also keep in mind about Veterans Day is tomorrow. At least that's what the super chat says. I don't think Veterans Day is tomorrow.
It is.
But it is?
It is.
Oh, see? It always sneaks up to me.
It's like,
Sneaks up on me.
so the calendar says it's Friday and Saturday. I haven't looked into the issue more, but I did notice that. I mean, Saturday, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Let me look into it.
It's a couple of days, of which tomorrow is one of them. I understand.
Well, okay. So today is Veterans Day substitute. So probably like sometimes you get work off for Veterans Day, but sometimes it's on the weekend. So you get an extra day off work anyway, because veterans deserve it. They worked very hard for us. So that is why I saw it twice.
Yeah, holiday always sneaks up on me. That one and Memorial Day. Mostly because I'm not paying attention to them. Too well, at least. So it says Veterans Day is tomorrow. As a woman who served our USA, she is doing. Sorry, my microphone is in the way.
Okay, so she said, do you want me to read it?
Go ahead.
Veterans Day is tomorrow. As a woman who has served USA, I'm joining in on prayer around Planned Parenthood in my local city, as the unborn freedoms are to be protected as well as the born. Yes, very much so, Tyree. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, please. And in fact, let me ask all the Christians to take some time tomorrow and just join in prayer. I don't know when exactly they'll be doing this event, but just lift them up in prayer as well as the unborn lives. We got one more super chat come in here. So God bless and keep it up. Destroying Islam. Yes. It's important to rid the world of evil. Absolutely. Unfortunately, Islam is quite a cancerous element of it. And too many people are blindly walking into hell without any sort of objection from a lot of people, and that's not good. So, no, you didn't miss. You have not missed the entire thing. In fact, you could come up and join us. David just had to take a hiatus and go join AP for some fun over there. And anyone call in, talk about the topic. Again, we're talking about the Quran desecration. Basically, should we not? Are Christians required to respect the Quran? I'm not saying Muslims, although that seems to be the natural jump to conclusion that we have, that we're actually talking about respecting Muslims when we're actually talking about respecting the Quran itself.
Yeah, I have noticed that in your conversations. I haven't heard everything, but it is concerning to me when people... Oh.
Yeah, on that note, just to be absolutely clear, absolutely, you should respect each individual person based upon the fact that they are created in God's image. That's across the board. Objects, on the other hand, are up for debate.
And even then, there's levels of respect with human beings too. Like I can treat you with love and respect in that way without having to say, oh, well, I respect your decisions. Oh, well, I honor your decisions and stuff like that. Like a lot of people like to do that, but that's not always good either.
So the next Zakir Naik has let us know, shame on all of us who desecrate the Quran. I'll take that from you. I'll take that one from you. From a nerd, I'll take that. So we do have a caller in. Welcome.
Thank you, host.
Very, very loud.
I'm from India. Yeah, I'm from India. Thank you.
That was not a compliment. That was just a statement of fact.
So
So
how are you?
Good. So what is your thought upon this topic?
Yeah, really, friends, you are doing excellent job, because right now the whole world needs, so that everyone must know the reality of this devil book, and you pupils are doing very good. I think the whole world must know the reality of Quran, that this book has filled with kill mushrikans, kill idol worshippers, kill kafirs, do jihad and all that. So lots of love from India. You pupils are doing such a great work. Thanks to all.
Thank you. Just to let anyone know, because for some reason I actually do have quite a following in India. I've noticed that. If you guys see any of my videos that you want to dub into another language or to bring it into another language, you have my full permission to do whatever you want with any video I have ever made. So just want to make that clear to anyone that is out there. So thank you very much for your opinion. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Christ, just I have one question. Is there any reference that who built Kaaba first?
It was
in
definitely
Old
the pagans,
Testament?
to our knowledge. There's no reference in the Bible of a Kaaba being built in Mecca. It was definitely pagans.
Because whenever I ask the Muslim pupils who built Kaaba, they said that Abraham, and some says Adam. I don't know.
There are Muslim writers who have said it. There are sections that have said it, made the claim, but as far as outside of Islam, there isn't. There's no proof that they would have been even in that area at that time. So
No, but one thing is clear that Abraham did not build Kaaba because Kaaba was before Abraham. When Abraham was not there, Kaaba before itself Kaaba was there. So I don't think that Abraham built Kaaba. Kaaba was before Abraham. Kaaba was there. Yeah,
I'm
thank
pretty
you.
sure the Kaaba was built long after Abraham. I could be mistaken on that. Don't quote me on it. Look it up, do research. I'm not disagreeing that Abraham didn't build the Kaaba. I would agree upon that topic. So we do have another caller, so I'll probably switch to them. Thank you so much again for coming along. And if you have a future live stream that we have just an open Q&A, go ahead and come on and ask any questions or pick any topic at that time. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, host. Okay, I'll be in listener because I don't have right question right now. So okay, I'll join you later. I subscribe you. So now whenever you will become online, so I'll join you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to do another open Q&A, but so that will definitely happen soon. So God bless. Hello and welcome. I cannot see your camera. I'm not sure if that's on my end or yours.
Yeah, that was really strange because I could see his camera down in the little bar on the bottom.
Yes.
Backstage, but not up on stage. But then, yeah, it like glitched off anyway.
Yes. So please join back in whenever you want to.
Villainous is joined.
Ooh, Villainous. Oh boy.
I've not seen your face before, I don't believe. It's nice to see you.
Pleasure.
Hey, hang on. I've got to close this off. But yeah, sorry about that. I just had the YouTube on as well for a second, which I've dumped. Yeah. I think I might have seen you quickly on another stream like this, I think. But yeah, some people know me in the chat. I do.
I definitely noticed.
Bible studies with Thaddeus. Yeah. Yeah, I thought a different take on this, which is a bit different to what David was saying, which I agree with. But should we respect the Quran? I think we need to respect it as a historical document. Now, the reason I say that is in contrast to the origins of the Quran, which seems to be sadly missing because of the practices of book burning and etc. So our historical background to it is quite poor because of a poor attitude to respecting books in general. So it's a slightly different take to what I was trying to make to what David was. But I just thought I'd raise that because it's a bit different to what the stream's about, but it's on the same topic, I think.
No, it definitely is on the same topic, and you do have an interesting perspective, which is kind of what I wanted. I want to hear interesting perspectives and be able to explore different concepts and really get to the root of it. So your statement about it being a historical book, as far as it being part of history, I would agree that it has existed in history. Again, since the backbone of its historical standing is built all off of the Hadith. I think that's very questionable based on them again being placed 215 plus years after the Quran was
I
recorded
think
by
that's
them being written.
I think that's the point I'm trying to make. It's the fact that to maintain history properly, we need proper documentation, and you can't have a situation where major movements in the world are around with a 250-year vacant gap of information. You know, I think another good example would be like some of the Hadith name change, right? So you've got these lists of names, but that's all they are. They're just arbitrary lists of names. If they're to be valid, surely there should be some third-party referencing to those individual people. And you're sure you're going to find a few, but would you get them all? It's Thaddeus.
Yeah, we had to have a troublemaker in the room, so
Yeah, that's it.
give that job to Thaddeus.
Yeah, so that was my point. It's the historical thing. That big gap's a problem, and we don't need it in the future. Because the reality is, I think David was mentioning some rather dodgy verses in the Quran. We do need to remember those, and to remember them properly, we need to keep the book. To remember the hideous discussions in the Hadith, we need to keep the Hadith. And so getting rid of them is not really an option. I don't think it's not a good long-term practice. We are so. There's a lot of people online you speak with who are trying to work their way through the history of early Islam, and we're all probably subscribing to these sort of people.
I'd recommend it.
Yeah. But they're struggling, right? The reality is that they haven't got the real documentation that they should have, because it's been destroyed through some means, either rewritten into a convenient truth through a political change, or it's just gone. It hasn't been maintained, or it's been actively destroyed. And so we're missing just so much, and we're sort of scrounging around the edges, looking at marks on rocks and what other people are thinking of. Which I'm very grateful in Christianity we don't have that culture. It's just more, wow, what can we maintain as much as possible, so we can actually go back and when we find new discoveries, we find, oh, hang on, this particular documentation is verified by this much older one. Oh, looks like we've maintained it quite well. I don't think you can say that in Islam.
So I would agree with you as far as I think what you're getting to is the making sure that we don't destroy it, we don't get rid of it, because we still need to have it as reference. I agree with you. I don't think it should be banned. I don't think it should be absolutely removed. I don't think that is a good idea. Just like any of Hitler's writings or any of those things, I don't think they should be removed. I think they should be studied, and we should remember these are the sort of things that they did, and this is what it stood for, and this is the information that they used. Because if we forget history, we are failed to repeat it. We are doomed to repeat it over and over and over again. And the same lies could take us by surprise if we get rid of all the evidence. So I would agree with you on that point.
What do you think, Thaddeus?
I think I just came here and I haven't heard anything said the entire time. So you have to give me a little context on what you want me to respond to.
Do you mind if I actually respond?
Good.
So, for context, we were talking about how it's important to not completely destroy documentation. I think that's a very good point, Villainous. In fact, I don't think that David brought this up in this stream, but one of my all-time favorite videos by David and Nabil was actually the one on the Quran burning, back when that was a thing, like originally big blow up, the pastor that burned a bunch, did the like burn the Quran day. And it's a hilarious video. All of you should watch it. It's now archived on lots of places, but it is on the new polemics channel, the Act 17 polemics channel as well, in a higher version to my knowledge. And so anyway, so in this video, they talk about how there's so many different versions of the Quran, so many different versions of the history. And why is that? Well, because Umar. And so in the end, they agree, well, like Umar, who was one of the rightly guided caliphs in Islam, he burned all these Qurans in order to replace it with his own version, which I've talked in detail about how that's like really screwed up, because the following sentence in the Hadith is, oh shoot, we forgot another section. Like, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's like, obviously that didn't work out too well. But all that to say, at the end of this video, they say, let's both agree like that we're not going to do this. Because there is something to be said for wanting that history. And it's not good when we wipe out that history. It's nice to have those records. But I do think that there's a big difference between like burning every single copy of the Quran that you could get your hands on and like burning 1 or 2 or even 100. If we have those same Qurans and they're mass produced and it's an easy like order button, or you already have 10 others, like I don't think that that's a concern as far as records go. And that's obviously not the point of most people who do whatever you'd want to call it, vandalism or whatever, to Qurans, although it's their own property, so it's not true vandalism. But I know some people would argue that. Anyway, the point of Quran desecration is normally to get people to cut out the evils that they're promoting, not to eliminate the information. And obviously in our own videos, like, we do use that information. We do want to put it in front of people's hands. And I do think it's funny because as far as archiving what the Hadith and stuff actually say, that's something that we really should be doing more of, I think, personally. Because if we're using websites, like I know a lot of us use the websites for the Hadith, they change them. They realize, oh shoot, this makes it Islam bad, and they change them. And it's a very, very common thing. There have been times where I've made a video, and like 2 days after I release the video, I go to that same Hadith that I have the screenshots in the video for, and it says something different. It might be subtle. It might be like a little word here, a little word there, but it's like, oh, that's not good. Like, it's already changed. And then of course, like, we've gotten accusations in the past too. Oh, well, you misquoted this. It's like, no, like, look, this literally like a screenshot. They changed it, not us. So yeah, I definitely agree, and that is a very good point to bring up.
Yeah, I think the point there too is sort of the next step we've got. We live in a world of the internet, right? So this issue with burning the Qurans, etc., and getting rid of documentation is a hell of a lot harder. And I think that point that you made there about archiving things is quite important, because it is actually now possible to do that sort of thing, and for it to stay around, and there's nothing you can do, like, because it's in the ether. It's not like burning a physical copy of a printout makes any difference to this this document that's in the ether somewhere that anybody can access. So we're lucky today. I guess my point is more of an issue of, maybe it's a political thing, where we should be not avoiding looking at the Quran in a direct manner. You know, there's somehow looking at it in a soft light. Like the reliance of the travel is a bit like this. There's newer copies of it that are watered down. I think, and you just pointed out with the QA thing there. The newer copies of that are much more toned down compared to the old ones. So we need to make sure we've got multiple copies to see what people really mean in those sorts of documents. So yeah, I think. I guess that's the sort of stuff I was talking about. Is this not? You need to not disrespect the Quran in a historical sense, to make sure that we're maintaining it as it is, what it really means, not some watered down view, as you were just saying, so that people know in the future. You know, this is the ideology that built up in the the 7th century or the 9th century or whatever, based on this stuff. And it's talking properly. You're talking about real things, as opposed to some form of make believe, because we didn't respect the text.
Well, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. We do have Soup next in line. I'm willing.
All right, you can kick me out if you like.
I'm gonna pull him up real quick. Make sure we've got a good connection. Just because there were some issues last time when we tried to connect. Aha! Fantastic.
Hey.
So,
All
Villainous, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No
Thank
worries.
you for giving your interesting opinion and giving me the first one today that was actually a different perspective.
No worries.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the chat.
God bless you.
You too.
Bye.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you perfect.
Great. First off, how old is your baby now?
Which one?
Don't ask
Oh,
me.
you have more than one. I didn't know you had more than one. I thought you had a baby recently. I was just going to say, how's your baby?
Yeah, she's half a year now.
Half a year. Time flies.
Okay.
Yes.
Seems like I heard that
Very
last
quickly.
week. Anyways, I just want to know if it's not quite on topic, but I just kind of want to know if I'm alone. You're talking about respecting the Quran. Well, my view is if you just tell the truth about it, you don't have to burn it. You just tell the truth about it. They're going to get offended. So, I mean, no matter what you do, no matter what you do, you know. But I do think we should respect people. Sometimes, like, I do realize there are some people who have earned nicknames. But one thing I see the Muslims do all the time is they're constantly coming up with stupid names for Christians they disagree with, and they're just stupid and childish. But I see a lot of Christians do the same thing towards them. Kind of bugs me. If it's a clever name and they've earned it, like Muhammad Hijab is called the part-time stripper, like things like that. I mean, snark and sarcasm, like, you know, sure. But I can't stand when people just call Muslims Abduls. It just grates on me. It's not clever. In a sense, what if a guy is searching and his name is Abdul and you call him an Abdul as an insult? Like, to me, that just grates on me. It's not, I know it's a little off topic, but am I alone in this?
Well, first of all, I think it is highly relevant to the topic. I mean, yeah, technically the title says Quran desecration, but it's the same kind of idea, right? Disrespecting someone, potentially just for the sake of doing so. Now, I would say that there are reasons why even someone who is not a Muslim or, you know, an ex-Muslim might want to destroy a Quran. But I do think that your question is relevant, and no, you're not alone. I often get bothered by people who are being really mean in comments for no particular reason. Like you said, sometimes people earn it, but other times people are just saying nasty things for no reason. Like they'll say that you're inbred because your cousin's married or something like that, and you know they have no idea, right? They have no idea if the person making the comment, if they're actually the product of cousin marriage or whatnot, and they're just saying something nasty like that because they're at best, you know, frustrated and angry with the person, or maybe they just are really frustrated with Islam and thus they're taking it out on people. And I don't think we should be taking it out on people. I do try, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I do try to separate the two things, right? There's the person making a comment and there's Islam. And 98% of the time, the Muslim is actually the victim here, that they're the victim of this horrific evil system that has got them trapped in a certain way of thought. It's not because they're stupid. It's not because they want to do evil. You know, accepting 1% or 2% that actually really do understand the teachings and really like evil teachings. Vast majority of the time, it's a person who's trapped. They grew up in the system. They know no other way of thinking about things, and calling them names does nothing to help them. So I'm always trying to separate the two and say, I understand why you're saying that. I understand that you are offended by what I'm saying here, but I want you to be offended by what you've been taught, not what I say, right? I want what I'm saying to be the truth. I want it to be what the texts actually say, not just something to get you angry for no reason.
Real quick, Thaddeus,
So I'm not alone.
You are breaking up like crazy, and
okay, so it's
there are
not
other
just me.
people saying that.
Well, you could have said something quicker. I can fix that. No worries.
I thought it was maybe me at first, or that it would go away, but yeah, people in the comments are saying it. I'm hearing it really badly. I'm not hearing it for anyone else.
So yeah,
is it better now?
Yes.
I think it's
Distant.
still
Your mic's
louder
All right.
than everybody else.
Oh,
So
well, I
I
can
think
also
you're
turn the
clipping a
volume
little
down.
bit.
Yeah, so what happens, I'll adjust the volume, but what happens, why it gets all crackly, is there's like some sort of weird bug in it that happens every once in a while, and then I have to like restart the software that's filtering out background noise. And so I did that, real quick, and you say it's better now. Great. I'll adjust the volume
Yes.
though.
Yeah, Soup, I would definitely agree, is in the regards of like we need to be careful to deal with the problem is deal with the real problems. And oftentimes the real problems are not what's being addressed. And I see that more in non-Christian circles, but I do think we need to be careful in the Christian circles to not become like the world. Because that is a very worldly thing to do, is to attack people instead of ideologies. I mean, we get that from Muslims all the time. Oh, well, you're just this, that, whatever, but not actually dealing with anything that I've said in my videos, not actually dealing with anything that Brother in Christ has said in his videos, not dealing with anything that David Wood has said in his videos. And so it's very concerning, and it does come across very bad. It looks like you don't have anything to actually say to the real arguments. You just need to make up these false things. Now, it is different. Like you said, I think I love the name part-time stripper for Muhammad Hijab. And yeah, I think he really, really has earned that, because he goes around and he does these things, and it's all for attention. So if attention
he's
is what
such
he
a
wants by
bully.
doing these, yeah, that too. I think it's so funny because your brother in Christ calls him Gaston, and I think that's like
I still
the
think
perfect
he reminds me
character
so.
for Gaston.
Yeah,
Like something
the attitude,
clever.
Yeah,
the
like
attitude
that.
reminds me so much about it. Now, I don't mean it necessarily as an insult. It's just that's what sort of character
Like-
it perfectly reminds me of.
Yeah, like something like in the Bible, who was it? Elijah was sarcastic to the prophets of Baal. So it's not like you can never be sarcastic or anything like that. But I think we have to be careful not to be like them, because they're like, you listen to Ali Dawa, he's always like, they call apostate prophet a puss, right? It's just, it doesn't even have meaning. It just sounds derogatory, and they mean it in a derogatory way. It's but they're constant like that. And I see in the comments on Christian channels, lots are always saying, "Oh, the Abduls are in." And it's like, well, no, maybe it might be a person who's actually really searching. And if you believe something your whole life and you're starting to question it, you could get a little emotional. He might say some bad things. And if you respond, "Hey, Abdul, shut up," and if the person's name is Abdul, which is quite common, they could take that personally in a way they might not. And if you just said, "Hey, my friend, maybe think about what they said," like Elle was saying, respond to their arguments. To me, I don't know. It's a pet peeve of mine. It's probably a small thing, but it just bugs me. So
in regards to the Abdul, sorry, I was just gonna say, in regards to the actual terminology Abdul, though, I could see where, if it's not supposed to be just used as like a stereotype, but dealing with the actual meaning behind it, I could see where you could make an argument for it. Because Abdul means servant. But definitely in Islam, you see the Muslims, the best that they could be according to the Quran is a slave. And so even servant is a servant is a great thing if you're serving the right God. I mean, to be a servant of God is a wonderful thing, but to be deceived into thinking that you're serving God and you're actually serving a false God is very concerning. So, not to play devil's advocate too much, but I could see where maybe some people might not have like bad intentions with that, but I do think it is a bad look if the only thing you're attacking is like a characteristic of a person that isn't a bad characteristic.
Yeah,
when you could deal with the bad things.
It's probably a small thing, but it's a pet peeve of mine. I think we should not be like them, in a lot of ways. And that does not mean you're a doormat, though. I mean, I also believe you are not a doormat. But at the same time, we're not to be like them. If they're constantly using insults and things like that, I don't think we have to be like that. Doesn't mean we're a doormat, though. I think there's proper balance somewhere in between there. But just a pet peeve of mine. That's all I really wanted to say. Elle, I was looking at some of your merch. Do you have I was just wondering about getting a caricature done if you do stuff like that. Totally off topic here.
Yeah, you could.
I think I'll allow it.
Oh, okay.
You could email me. My email is lisoelohim@gmail.com.
Okay.
I'm not sure what like platforms you use. I'm also on Twitter, lisoelohim. You can direct message me on there. Okay, Instagram, so I don't really use my Instagram, but I do check the messages.
At gmail.com. Okay, I'll send you an email. Anyways, I was looking at your things and I thought that might look kind of nice for something I have in mind. Okay. But anyways, that's all. It's my first time on a stream, so to leave, there's a thing that says leave studio, so I just click the red X there, right?
Yep. That's all.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. This was my first live stream I've ever joined, and hopefully we'll see you again sometime. Bye.
Definitely. God bless you.
Okay. Hello.
Hey. Can you hear me okay?
You're pretty quiet, and I'm hearing
I don't hear
echo.
anything yet.
Let me see.
Okay, I can't hear you. If you want to work out your technical difficulties.
Yeah.
I hear myself perfectly.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm so quiet. Okay. Yeah.
You might want to check what mic you have selected.
Okay. Let me try to figure this out and I'll call you back.
Sure. We'll go and pull the next gentleman up. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thoughts on the topic? Would be the normal place to start.
There's a lag. I don't know if I'm the only one experiencing this.
So whenever you're ready, if you want to give your opinions on what it is, hopefully there's not a lag issue. We're just mostly waiting to hear what you have to say.
Let me just go ahead. I know there's a lag, but yeah. Yeah, so I think it's unfair. It doesn't make any sense to burn the Quran because I'm an African, and these people are brought up from birth, the way most of us are brought up and taught Christianity from childhood. So it was the same way they go through a whole lot of his life, but this life so vehemently. It's unfair to burn the Quran in front of them. It could actually lead to something very disastrous. In our part, engaging them is we're not even sure of surviving. We're not sure of actually coming out in the same way we went into an engagement with them, talking of burning the Quran right before them. That's something disastrous. I was watching a video on YouTube, on Twitter, where some guy said the obvious about Muhammad, marrying an underage girl. He almost got killed. So going as far as burning the Quran is going to be deadly. I just think we need to devise means, clever means of letting these people know, of breaking down the walls in their heart, letting them know that they've been lied to for literally all their lives. That's the best thing we can do. Burning the Quran is going to pitch us against them. It's going to cause eternal wars. This is their life, praying 5 times, saying things they don't understand, saying recitations. The kind of bond that desecrates the Quran in front of them, it's disastrous. We just need to find clever means, to try to, break through their wall and let them know that they've been lied through, or they've been lied to all their lives. Try to preach the gospel to them. Because I always say to people, the Quran was specifically created to pull people away from Jesus. It's a perfect creation by the devil, a perfect creation, because it's just there. The only purpose is either get people to atheism or get people away from Jesus. That's why it's there. Because I don't see why every other book in history agrees that Jesus Christ died, but the Quran that came 600 years later. But I think we shouldn't desecrate the Quran. We should find better ways to engage them.
No, I would agree that for hopefully most of the majority of Muslims, that would work much better, having an open dialogue, sort of like what we're having here, which is why I try to do this quite a bit. That's why one of the things I love about God Logic Apologetics is his method of just having open conversations. I absolutely think that's an awesome way of doing it. At the same time, there are often times that Muslims do things that, like, for example, what David had pulled up, where now they're going after them, they're going to sexually harass them, they're going to constantly pursue them online. That is unacceptable. And in that case, the Quran actually does highlight how we are to how non-Muslims are to respond to that sort of thing, by desecrating the Quran, by insulting Muhammad, by doing these things. So it says in their book, says, hey, don't do it if they're going to desecrate the Quran. Don't insult them. Don't talk bad about them if they're going to insult the Quran or Muhammad, if they're going to desecrate. So in response to extreme action is what we have used it for. Now, I'm not going out every day, obviously, and burning the Quran. I wouldn't have enough Qurans for that. But that would also be pointless and counterproductive in many aspects. Some Muslims might disagree with it. That's why you have to be, if you were to take this step, and that's why I've been very clear whenever I've taken that step and gone to make that deterrent, that the reasons why, and specifically why they value this book more than they do human lives. And if they value that book more than they do human lives, I value human lives a lot more than I do some random book on my shelf. And I mean, it might just be me, but that's definitely something I feel pretty strong about. And if by saying, okay, if you're going to go take human lives or threaten to take human lives, and I know you value this more, and by desecrating this, I can stop you from doing it. Again, I'm not advocating for anyone to go steal a Quran or to take anyone else's property, just using your own property to stop a violent act with no loss of life. I find that to be favorable. That's my opinion.
Do you mind if I share something as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, so originally when I started making my Quranigami videos, obviously I wasn't the first to do Quranigami. I'm not the ultimate Quranigami master. That would be David Wood. But when I started doing it, it was actually for a different reason than David Wood. David Wood's reason is someone's doing something because of Islam, and this is Islam's solution to stop those evils. So, we do what we got to do. We show them that this is going to come back on Islam. So they need to stop making Islam look bad and causing harm to Islam. So I definitely agree with David's stance. My stance originally was, hey, I'm noticing that thousands to millions of people are being reached by this. It seems extreme, but people listen. yes, people get angry, but people listen. People that would never listen, never click, never have a chance to hear the gospel, are maybe getting the chance to hear why Islam's false and Christianity is true through this. And to me, I think that that's a very valid reason. Ultimately, the gospel matters more than desecrating a book. The gospel matters more than anything else. And do I think it's the ideal, optimal way to share the gospel in every case? Absolutely not. And can I see how some people would say, well, that's not really like something you want to pair together anyway? Yeah, whatever. But through the QURANIGAMI videos that I did, there were over 65,500 views, which for my channel, which at the time, I don't remember exactly how many subscribers I had, but maybe less than or around 1,000 with the first video, and certainly thousands of subscribers less than I have now. I only even have 7,000. So there were a lot of people that were being reached. Some were angry, yes, but again, some listened, and some had the chance to hear something that they would have never heard otherwise. Obviously, that's not my only approach, and now I have kind of gone more towards David's. Unless there's something like seriously big, I don't want to react with the big guns. I do kind of want to use that as something that's like a last resort. Like, look, we gave you the option, we gave you the way to stop this. But I don't regret what I did. I don't think it was wrong of me to do that. And any Christian that gets on there and says, you're making Christians look bad, you're making Christianity look bad, this isn't the way to reach people. I'm like, well, God directs in different times, different ways. But Jesus was not afraid to go against false ideologies. And we see God, even in the Old Testament, especially in the Old Testament, some would say, did not say, oh, we'll respect their idols. Let's just like leave their idols there. That's not something that even in Christianity was promoted. Well, that would upset them if you harmed their idols. And well,
yeah, don't stop them from burning their kids. That's bad. That's bad. It could hurt their feelings.
I don't see that. And oh, well, that's burning kids. Well, okay. And Islam is raping kids, is selling them into sex slavery, is stealing souls away from Christ. Obviously, like, people have their own decisions. People are making their own decisions. But the souls matter so much. These souls are eternal. And so those are my thoughts. I know it's not the traditional thoughts. And I know, like, even Thaddeus has said, like, oh, well, that's not the point. It's not to share the gospel. But hey, like, if I can make that the point too, like, I'm going to go for it. Because that's why I'm here. I'm here to reflect the glory of God and to expose the darkness with his light.
So again,
So
we're not advocating that every Christian needs to do this. You know your ministry, you know where God's putting you. There's a time and season for every act and action. Just want to put that out there. So
yeah, I agree. I agree to a good extent, because at some point, these guys are always, foul-mouthed. They're always very aggressive. They're always quick to, want to do some unusual things. So I get it. The atrocities they actually commit is sometimes I kind of want to understand. I understand basically why God never actually wasted them. Why God always try to wipe the try to do all the things he did in the Old Testament, try to like destroy the world all over and start afresh, because kind of things we're saying now, it's understandable. But yeah, I understand, and I enjoy David Wood's methodology. I understand. I like how he tries to make them look understand that they've been fooled and make them look like But yeah, I get it. I understand, and but sometimes when you find yourself in hard positions, the best thing to do is just to reason, if they will permit you to reason with them, rather than going very, very aggressive, because sometimes it's won't, especially when you're outnumbered when the numbers don't favor you. Like I see the speaker corner guys, I don't know how those guys do this because they're always outnumbered and they still speak harshly, they still confront them. I don't know how those guys at the speaker corners do it, because I fear for them sometimes, because these guys they've been trained to kill people. Sorry to use this word. It's in their DNA, stab somebody, kill, even if they're in the minority, they'll still do the same thing. So I really don't know. I sometimes feel like Jesus has to come down and do a lot more work than he currently is doing, because if we let these guys, keep spreading, especially here to the West, we can see what's happening in the world and how, susceptible the woke Western kids are to, some strange ideology. They could actually creep in here and cause some harm. But yeah, I agree. I agree for the most part with the points you just dropped.
Also, if you don't mind me
I agree
adding,
with you that real quick, that I agree with you that our first resort should be logic, should be empathy, trying to reach them, not aggression. Our default should never be aggression. That should be something that is kept for, again, the extreme situations where they're targeting people, and it's like, no, this is unacceptable, because if you go down this route, it's going to end up with death. So go ahead, Elle.
Sorry, I think there's a bit of a delay, but what I was going to say is, as far as the dangerous side, first, we know that God is more powerful than anything in this world, than anyone in this world. While we don't want to be irresponsible or flippant about the lives he has given us, we also know that with him, no weapon formed against us shall prosper, unless it's his will, his timing, his ways. He can definitely use those things, allow those things to happen for his glory, and that's okay. But I don't want to live my life in fear either. I don't want anyone else to live their life in fear for themselves or for others, in the regards of, oh no, well, I can't speak up against this ideology, or I can't confront this ideology or be bold with the word of God because other people might do things to me. And all the more, like David was saying earlier, this is even almost a reason why we should be doing these things. Yes, they're harsh, they're straightforward, they do make some people mad. But if it's something that people are killing people over, and we still have the chance to do it in our own lives, and then it will lessen the severity for others, stop other people from being killed for doing it, then I see that as a good reason in and of itself. Like, if there's blasphemy laws that prevent you from saying true things about Muhammad because Muhammad was an evil person, we should probably keep saying these things about Muhammad that are true, showing that he's evil while we still can. And certainly when we see more people stand up and do these things, we see that they're not being targeted to the same extent when there's massive amounts of people who are willing to do these things, versus when it's just one or two. When it's one or two, they can silence one or two. When it's 1 or 200, it's a lot harder. But yeah, certainly, like, that is not my first approach. If I meet a Muslim in person, I don't go, haha, look at your book and rip it. Like, I don't do that. I've never done that to someone in person, to my knowledge, like, ever. And I have had quite negative interactions with people in person. But ultimately, I want to come to them with truth. I want to come to them with love. But sometimes love is, look, I know this might hurt your feelings, but this is what you need to hear. Or, look, I might know this hurts your feelings, but it's important. This is not okay. This needs to end. But yeah, always try to let them hear the truth in the way that God guides, not just like selfish ambition or being led by your own understanding in the situation is important. So
Okay, before I leave, I just want to ask a question. I don't know. In countries like Afghanistan, Somalia, Uganda, Eritrea, most of the countries, Syria, where Christians have been persecuted. Do you suggest that they try to find a way to defend themselves? Do you think they need to like get their own, armies, militia, or defense mechanisms? Because these guys, the Christians in these countries face a whole lot of, a whole lot of battle. They battle every single day. The Muslims are trying to wipe them out. They're trying to like make sure they Islamize everywhere. So do you guys suggest that Christians should try to find a method to defend themselves?
I personally am an advocate for self-defense, but that would be a question for God knowing the situation. Because I don't know necessarily what God has planned for the area. And a lot of times throughout history, the blood of the martyrs has been a fire for the church to grow. I mean, look at China still is growing massively after being persecuted for so many years. They can't stop Christianity because it keeps going. So that is to be measured. It's something to be brought before the Lord. And again, death is not, for us, we don't have to fear death. We know what we have eternally. The only thing about death that I fear is an unsaved individual dying. That's what I'm scared of. Because I know for a fact that they will not enter into the kingdom of heaven, and the enemy has won a small victory there. So it would be for the Lord to decide on that. Again, personally, I do advocate a lot for self-defense. I don't think we should be stupid about it, but I also don't think we should be fearful either. Thaddeus, do you want to give any thoughts?
Yeah, well, not on that last point, but a little bit earlier, or to answer the original question, I think that there is a legitimate protest that someone can do. For example, this is the most clear-cut example, but someone who's left Islam, they say, this book has ruined my life. It's been horrific to me. I burn the book in protest. And I don't think you have to be an ex-Muslim to protest against it. Now, someone else could take the same book and say, this is funny. I'm going to do this to piss people off and burn it. So the intentions behind an action are probably what will determine whether it's appropriate or not. I don't think that there's something that's always inappropriate, but I don't think that there's anything that's always appropriate either. Depend on your intentions behind it. And, it is important how Muslims will view it, but that's not the only thing that matters. All right, that isn't the only thing that determines whether or not it's a good idea. So if I have a legitimate protest, or I'm legitimately trying to change someone's behavior, or I'm legitimately trying to make a point, then you can say it's unwise, but I don't think you can say that it's immoral. On the other hand, if I'm just doing it to make someone angry, it doesn't really matter if it reaches someone and it gets some Muslims' attention or whatever, because my intentions are bad. The action is bad. And that wouldn't have to be burning the Quran. I mean, that could be anything, right? If I'm insulting the beliefs of Muslims, saying that their beliefs are disgusting, and I'm doing that because I want Muslims to be angry and I want them to hate me and I want to get in arguments, that isn't beneficial. That's probably immoral. So it's not the action, it's the intentions behind it that determine. And then we can have a separate discussion of whether it's wise in a particular situation. And those are not the same question, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks, guys. I think I might have to jump out so someone else can come in.
Appreciate you calling in.
Thank you. I'll be calling more frequently now. Thank you so much, guys.
God bless.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for
God bless
calling.
you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for this discussion. We Christian, we need to work together. I'm from Ethiopia. We Ethiopians, we gave asylum to the Sahaba, the first Muslim, but And instead of thank you, 800 years, we got invaded by Muslims. So we know what Quran is. What I want to say, if it's going to be reformed, like Ayan Harsi Ali said, it needs reformation. But because of my book, because of Muhammad told me the hadith, I have to kill someone, I have to burn church. Yeah, how should we respect it? Which one? Which Quran? Because there is 700 Qurans too. It's been translated. The last translated was in 1936, Al-Azhar, Cairo University. Which Quran should we respect? And why they use religion to kill people, to destroy countries? I'm Ethiopian. We know really well. Like Eritrea is in danger, Ethiopian also, but people are shy. I love my Muslim brothers and sisters, but if we get together, all Christian, their numbers is only 1 billion. Yeah, we need to defend ourselves. I know in Christianity, it says if somebody hit you with the other cheek, give him, that doesn't work. We've been trying, and they took advantage of us. If we start to defend ourselves, it would be the last, the end of Islam. But how are we going to live with them? They need to represent themselves. But in Quran, you are allowed to lie. They call it ta'ya. If something that has supposed to be God's book, if it's allowed to lie, so how are we going to manage with them? I mean, let's talk real talk. Yeah. I do not respect. At this time, I do not respect. I'm sorry to say that. Our brothers and sisters, Muslims, they need to reform their Quran. It's written by human being. It needs to be reformed. We never talk about our Bible. We never said God wrote it or some Enoch wrote it. No. People wrote our Bible. We are okay. Even it's okay to insult Jesus, to disrespect Jesus. But when it comes one person, Muhammad, and they have to destroy the country, they have to destroy people, especially as Ethiopians. No, thank you. I do not respect. No more. But I need to ask my brothers and sisters, Muslims, still I am Christian. I believe in forgiveness. I believe in Jesus' word. Jesus teaches love, not hate. But from now on, we need to get together all Christians, whether Orthodox, Catholic, Protestants. We need to defend ourselves. We cannot be pushed over anymore. Forgive me, my accent is too heavy. I hope you understand what I said. My name is Mariam Zayon.
Well, thank you very much. I did understand what you presented there. You definitely do have a good point. That's kind of the purpose of my channel, is to reach the Muslims, to highlight what the Quran says, to try to get dialogue going, and if need be, to use shock and awe tactics in order to try to curb inappropriate behavior by the Muslims in response to what they've done. So I believe, Thaddeus, you do a lot of debates and cover a lot of topics about Islam as well on your channel, Reasoned Answers. If you guys don't know about them, which I would be shocked if you don't, because it's an awesome channel, so the cool guys go over there. So,
yeah, do that.
And then I have my beautiful wife there, who also has her own channel as well. So do you want to give your thoughts on that, hon?
My awesome channel? Sure. No, I'm kidding. It is, there's definitely a big difference when you look at the way that Christians react versus the way that Muslims react. Obviously, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, but as Christians, we are called to a higher standard than those of the world, and certainly those of Islam, because Islam calls for a much lower standard than even the world. which is kind of funny, but like also heartbreaking. But then again, that's, I mean, just one of the tactics of the enemy. So just in regards to, like, you know, you say one thing about Muhammad, you say one thing about Islam, you know, you don't have to do hardly anything. They've got a very happy trigger finger. But we're not allowed to react at all. You know, they can go and kill Christians and they're in the right. But if we say anything about them doing that, then it's us escalating and we're the ones who are causing the problems. It's like, no, that's not escalating. That's dealing with escalation that's already happened. And it's not on the Christians. The Christians are sharing truth, and we should be. And if we're not, then we're failing as Christians, because we are called to bring glory to God. We're called to share his truth and his light, and not just sit back and be quiet because, oh, well, we don't want to offend. And yeah, it is heartbreaking when, for example, the situations are flipped on us, and say Jesus is insulted. Like, I don't think that's okay to insult Jesus, but I do believe that people have the choice to do that. God gave them free will. If God chose to let them do that, despite how much it breaks his heart that he created them and they use that life that he created for them to hate him and his life and the only true life, like, that is heartbreaking to me. But I'm not going to go and kill someone over it. I'm going to pray that they will come to see the truth and that they will come to see the light and they will have the love of Christ in them, that they will earnestly seek and desire his love, because his love is what's going to change that heart issue. It's the heart issue I care about. It's not the exact actions. There are so many actions that are so heartbreaking, whether it's, just saying something that's false about Christ, whether it's burning a Bible. Like, we have other Bibles. The message is still there. We still have the Bible. Like, that's not what concerns me. It's like, wow, like how much you have to hate truth. But because I know that that's the truth versus the Quran, we know that that's falsehood. So I do think there's definitely some different things in play, like you mentioned, but there is a huge difference between Christians and Muslims for sure. I agree. And it really does reflect back on, what is taught in truth versus falsehood. Truth can stand for itself. Falsehood cannot.
I have a question, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I live in America. If there is a bill, Islamophobia, why can we Christian push Christianophobia? Because to us, Jesus is God, just like how they respect Muhammad. So we can have petition, we can do this, because to me, it gets me emotional when they mock about my Jesus. So I think we need to get together. If they have a bill, Islamophobia, we should have Christianophobia. Then we can respect each other. Otherwise, they do whatever they want to do, but if we try to defend ourselves, not even insulting them. Last time in Europe, it wasn't Christian who burned the Quran. It was Iranian Muslim. He got tired of Islam. I never seen Christian people, especially European, burning Quran or do something unnecessary. But themselves, like Ayan Arsihali, she was Somalian, like extremist, but God brought her to this light. Now she is fighting. And the guy from Iran, he was burning the Quran. He is Muslim. But we need to get together. If they respect their Muhammad, we need to respect our Jesus. How do we call ourselves Christian while they're mocking our God? It's not, for me, it's not right. But we will say always, I think we let them to play on us. So let's get together. Yeah. The bill, just like anti-Semite, Islamophobia, anti-Arabism, because I learned all of them in college, there should be anti-Christian, Christianophobia. If they say something like Obama, one time he mocks about Jesus, but it just let down. I did not like it, a president who is ruling the Christian country, America. He cannot mark on Jesus. So we need to have will. Otherwise, our kids will be pushed over, and our kids will be afraid to be Christian. Our kids will be embarrassed to be Christian. We need to speak up. We cannot just let it go. Thank you for giving me this chance. I really appreciate it. I already subscribed, and I'm going to follow you guys. May God bless you. My name is Mariam Zion from Ethiopia. God bless you.
God bless you.
God
bless.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Okay, next caller. We'll see. And welcome.
Thank you for having me. How are you, Thaddeus and the others?
I'm doing well. Good to see you again.
Nice. I read the topic and I said, oh, it's something interesting. Better go and join them.
Sounds good. So let's start off with giving you time to give us your views on it.
Well, I think so. The Quran needs to be respected because the Muslims, the Arab hegemony is not respecting it. So we have to tell them that they have to respect the Quran because they are not
Did we lose him?
I'm thinking buddy, we're hearing banging and you're cutting in and out. So we did not hear what you said, even though I really do want to hear what you have to say.
What about now? Am I clear?
No, I just heard, am I clear?
Hello?
Other than that, no.
Okay, can I because I didn't say anything else. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We're still hearing banging going on. I'm not sure what that is in regards to.
There's no banging over here. I don't know where it's coming from.
Okay. Well, if you want to go ahead and try again, we'll give this a second shot.
Maybe it's Satan trying to bang in between. Okay, let me rejoin and see what's going on over here.
Sounds good. Give him a second to rejoin. While we're waiting, we will pull up our next guest, which might be interesting. Oop. Am I now having issues?
No.
Nope. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, good. It seems that everyone froze for a second. I was like, oh no, now I'm in trouble. It's contagious. Okay, let's go ahead and give our next guest a second here. Or not. Never mind. He seems to have disappeared, which I was kind of disappointed for because I was actually looking forward to talking to him. Oh well. I will contain my disappointment upon that one. So Thaddeus, what do you have going on? Do you want to highlight anything?
Absolutely. So I was a bit disappointed that Anthony had to log off early. I don't know the circumstances, I wasn't watching, but because tomorrow I will be speaking with Anthony on my channel.
I have to go to bed early.
Yeah, maybe he needed the time to prepare. He needed to get a good night's sleep and prepare for that talk. I don't know. But we're going to be discussing how Christians with different beliefs can work together and when it's inappropriate for them to do so. I have a very open, ecumenical spirit to my channel. Some people like that. Some people really dislike that. They say that you're compromising the truth of the gospel by not addressing certain issues that divide Christians. So we're going to have a discussion on that topic. I was challenged by people who don't like my approach to say, if you actually believe this, get Anthony on. He will destroy you. So I've just titled the video, Anthony Rogers Destroys Me on Ecumenicalism. So there we go.
They might be.
That'll be tomorrow. Now, to be clear, I don't think it'll actually be an argument and a confrontation, but it should be an interesting discussion. I think it is a very important discussion because regardless of people's disagreement with me on some specifics, I do think that there is a time when it's inappropriate to work with someone. For example, Mormons usually call themselves Christians, yet they teach something very different than what Christianity teaches. Do we accept them as Christians just because they bear that label? And I think the answer is clearly no. Likewise, there's many opportunities to work with, say, atheists in a mutual agreement that Islam is evil. And I also don't think that I want to do that as part of a ministry. I'm not saying that you can't work with someone who's not a Christian on anything ever, but as far as a Christian ministry, I don't want to be bringing in people who are having ideas that are contradictory to Christianity. So the difficult part is, where do you draw that line? When is it inappropriate to work with someone who has some different beliefs, and when is it appropriate to put those differences aside?
Oh, sounds good. I put the link in the live chat for you guys right there. Check it out. If I remember as I'm going back through this, I will go ahead and have that in either the comments after the live stream's done or in the description itself. So go ahead and have our next guest come on up, and we'll take a look at what he's got to say on the subject. Hello and welcome back again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking me. Sir, when how you get respect from other, if you insult other people, they will insult you back. If you respect the other people, they will respect you. So, this is the role of, natural law. What would Jesus do if he was in present day? Would he respect Quran, or he eat it, rip off, or make a QURANIGAMI, whatever David did with the Quran? Will Jesus do the same thing? Jesus will behave the same way? No, sir, we are living in one earth. We should respect each other, the holy book, regardless, you agree or disagree. Hindu holy books, they have, Buddhists have their holy books. Should we respect them, or we should insult them, throw them, burn them? What should we do in this earth?
That's the question, yes.
Yeah.
So, I'm waiting to get your opinion.
What's that?
I'm waiting for you to get to it.
Yeah. We should live in this earth, like Jesus said, even to love your enemy. So we should do those things, not to just using Christianity and doing, hurting other people. That's not what you should follow. Jesus, the way he teach you, so you should follow that. So what will be?
So if I'm following Jesus, does that include calling out people's religious mistakes, people's religious hypocrisy, in a perhaps insulting manner?
No. You should not do that.
So when Jesus says that you are whitewashed tombs, that you're snakes and vipers, Jesus is wrong, and I shouldn't follow that example?
I do not think Jesus would call people vipers,
He did.
This is not a language of a decent person. This is
Matthew
in the Bible.
It's Matthew 23.
Yes.
Verses 27 through 28.
Yes. It's in the Bible, but I do not believe Jesus talked in.
So you don't respect my text when it says that?
No. Respect ka does not mean I agree with that. You can disagree with the Quran.
But you're telling me to respect my Bible, to do what it teaches, and then you're telling me not to respect it and to not do what it teaches. So which one is it? Should I go with what Saeed thinks is correct, or should I go with what the biblical text says?
Because you did use Jesus as the example. You said we should be like Jesus. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
And yes, he did say in Matthew 23, 27 through 28, that they are whitewashed tombs, meaning that they are clean on the outside, rotten on the inside. And considering that he was talking to Pharisees, you couldn't get much more insulting than that. He also called them brood of vipers in Matthew 12:34. So both times he did, and that's just touching on what Jesus did.
I do
Personally.
I do not believe Jesus talked that way. I do not believe.
Why?
That. Because that's not a decent person talk like that.
Says who?
I said, even you.
Oh, okay. So again, my question is: should we go with what God tells us to do, or what Saeed tells us to do?
Well, basically,
because you're telling me that you're the standard. You're telling me that you're the standard, that you tell us what is decent and what is not. Whereas I think we should be relying on God to tell us what's decent and not. Some other person might say, I think it's decent and right to kill non-Muslims. Is that person wrong?
Well, excuse me, I didn't hear that.
So the question is,
yeah.
Should we go with God's standard or Saeed's standard?
I do not believe God would want to insult other people, disrespect.
I don't care what you believe. Should we
So
go with? So what you're saying is that we should go with what you believe, not what we have evidence that God said. We should use your subjective judgment over what's right and wrong to judge the holy text, whether that's the Quran or the Bible or the Hindu Vedas or whatever. We should use Saeed's standard of what's wrong and right to judge the text. And whatever Saeed says he doesn't think is wrong or doesn't think is right or thinks is wrong, that part isn't part of the text. Because Saeed doesn't believe that God would reveal that. That's what you're telling me.
Well, Thaddeus, just a moment here. Let me make sure I understand your point of view. You're saying that God would not reveal something that would directly insult people.
Yes. God will
absolutely, right? So he would never say like a big group of people, they are the worst of creatures, right? There would never be anything from God that would say that, right?
Yes. Look.
Except for Quran 98:6, which says all Christians and Jews and polytheists are the worst of creatures. And that comes from the Quran. So you just told me that the Quran is not from God.
No.
That's what you said.
No, that's your interpretation.
No, that's what the
words That's the literal words.
No.
They are the worst of creatures. Some translations call it, they are the worst of beings. They are the worst of creation. Those are Muslim scholars that did those translations that know the Arabic and know the context, and they're the authority in this, and they're the ones telling me that all Christians and Jews, according to Quran 98:6, are the worst of creatures.
Look, brother, I will explain to you. Give me the verse number so I can look into it.
Again, that is Quran 98:6. Oh. Okay, I'm assuming that he meant to go look into it, but it's on a device that as soon as he clicks off of us, it automatically closes us. That's where I'm going to go with the assumption on, and not assuming that there he goes. Okay, because I think we've had this issue before.
Yeah. I was cut off myself.
Yeah, we've had this issue, unfortunately, before. Sometimes it's a bit of a pain.
Would you give me that number?
It is Quran 98:6. Indeed, those who disbelieve from the people of the book, i.e. Jews and Christians, and the polytheists, will be in the fires of hell to stay there forever.
Okay.
Those are the worst of creatures, referring again to the subject being Jews, Christians, and polytheists.
First of all, look, in the Quran, Allah said we can marry Christian and Jewish women. Okay, so you are not going to
Irrelevant.
marry. Listen. God will not allow to marry some people are worse of the creature. Okay,
Who according to who?
what?
According to Saeed?
What's that? Brother, I'm saying if that's what it means, Allah said Christian, Jew are worse of the creature, then he will not say to you can marry the woman.
So, Saeed, let me just so you're showing what you think is a contradiction in the Quran, which is not an argument for Islam, by the way. But let me just reverse the logic for you. Well, if God said that Jews are the worst of all creatures, then he couldn't have said that you can marry them. So why are you assuming that that 98:6 is the fraudulent verse of the Quran and not the other one that you're citing?
No.
Are you the judge? Are you the judge of what is right and wrong?
Okay, let me explain to you what it says in that 98:6. Indeed, they who disbelieve among what, remember what, among the people of Scripture, Christian and Jew, and the polytheist will be in fire of hell, abiding eternally therein. There are the words of creature. You see,
So some of the Christians, right? So what you're saying that only some of them are the worst of the creatures.
No.
But for those some, is it an insult or not, Saeed? That doesn't actually answer it anyway. You're saying only those who disbelieve are the worst of creatures. But they're still Christians. They're still human beings. It's still an insult to them. So how is this not an insult?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Among the Christian, the disbelief. What you see, disbelief. They disbelieve. Who disbelieve in what?
They disbelieve in Muhammad. No, Muhammad.
In
It's Muhammad.
Let me explain to my scripture.
That's called the context of the Quran. That would be what it is.
Saeed said something very important there. He said, "Let me explain my script."
My scripture. Okay, my English is
not your
good,
scripture.
okay?
Obviously, you just told me that this couldn't possibly be from God. So you've
Listen,
already defied.
let me
the
finish
Quran and already confessed. that
Let him.
it is-
All right. Let's hear his argument, and then we will destroy him.
Okay. It says among the people of the people of the book disbelief. What they disbelieve in God. Okay, among the disbelief people of the book will be abiding in hellfire. So you are believer. Okay, you believe in God.
It doesn't matter if it applies
I
to
don't
me or
believe
not.
in the
Saeed.
God of the Quran. So I am a disbeliever according to the Quran.
No.
So Saeed,
if you are a disbeliever,
Saeed, can I explain something to you? So the question was, why does Allah have an insult? Since you say God would never insult anyone, it doesn't actually matter who this insult applies to. You're going to say it doesn't apply to good Christians or whatever. It applies to someone. It applies to someone, does it not? You said that God would not insult anyone for any reason.
Look, this is not why it says words of the Christian. You know why God said to words of the Christian. This about
Saeed, who does okay, so it applies, so this is about atheists. Fine. Why does your God insult atheists?
Because they do not use brain. So they are worse than animal. Because animal
so it's okay to insult atheists. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's saying they do not use reasoning. They do not use their brain. They think.
Well, first of all, it's not saying that. It's saying they don't believe. It doesn't say anything about using their brain. But that's irrelevant. Can you answer the question? Is it okay for God to insult atheists?
No, God are telling you these people don't use brain. They are worse than animal. Just like an animal.
So is that a compliment? Is that a compliment?
No.
Or is it an insult?
You can say it's insult, but
okay, it's an insult. Thank you. Now, is it appropriate for God to insult someone? Yes or no?
No, context. You need to see the context. Why God saying they are worse of creatures.
I understand He has a reason for insulting them. Why won't you just answer the question? It's a very easy yes. It's okay for God to insult them.
This is not about Christian or Jew.
I know it's not. I know in your fantasy
We
land,
already
it's not
gave
about
you
Christians.
that for the sake of the argument. We already gave you that. I strongly disagree with it, but we gave you that for the argument. We're saying that for the sake of the argument, this is only referring to all the atheists all over the world being insulted, being called they're worse than pigs. Right here, they're worse than that. Why is that okay?
Because
According
they
to
do
you.
not use brain. They deny God.
And
they do evil thing. They do immoral people. Atheists are immoral people.
So,
That's why God said it.
Said, I hear your explanation. So, can you please just answer the question? The question is very simple. Is it
No.
okay for God to insult atheists because they don't use their brains?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you have now admitted that it's sometimes okay to insult. So, what was your objection again? That God would never insult anyone for any reason. It seems you have disproven your own argument. So you now have no reason to doubt that Jesus had a valid reason for insulting the Pharisees, which means you have no valid reason for rejecting the text.
No. I'm saying
The Pharisees were insulted because they were not using their brains. You have given that as a valid reason to insult someone.
But I can say this: all Christians will not disrespect Quran. Not all Muslim will. Muslim never disrespect Bible because we believe the Bible
Saeed,
is
you
the
disrespect the
Bible.
Bible every single time I talk to you.
You just
disrespect
did
the
in
Bible.
this
You disrespect me.
No. You see, somebody gave me a Bible a long time ago, and because I don't wanted to. At that time, my English was not good. Okay, so what can I do? I do not want to throw in the garbage. That will be not good. So I put a Bible is a place like people could pick up from there. So I put a place so people can see and pick up from there. So I could not throw a Bible in the garbage. So that's what I have respect for it. So I will never do any religion. I will not respect their holy books. So that's my position.
So let me clarify. When you say respect, you just mean that you won't harm the physical printed copy of the text, correct?
No, I will not throw in the garbage. Okay, that's part.
Yeah. So you won't throw it in the garbage. Good. You won't. But that's not what we mean by respecting the text. And that's not what you meant when you came in here. You've changed your standard.
But you saying no, I can disagree. You can disagree with the Quran. You don't have to agree with it. But
so I can insult it. I can call it a pig demon book, and you don't have a problem with me saying that.
No. You should not say that like that.
Why?
No. Why you say that? People not respect
because it is
a liar multiple times in the stream. So yeah, you've already insulted the snot out of the Bible if that's what the criteria you want to use is.
So Saeed, let me give you my opinion of the Quran, okay? So I believe that the Quran is an evil book. I believe that it was inspired by the devil, that the devil tricked Muhammad into revealing it, that it leads people to hell, that it teaches highly immoral things, and that it makes people horrific people. Am I respecting the Quran or not?
No, you disrespecting. This is your freedom to say that. Yeah, you can have.
I know I'm allowed to say it. Clearly, I'm allowed to say it. I'm saying, are you saying I'm wrong? Are you saying that I'm doing something immoral when I say something like that?
There are a few years ago. There is in America. The guy put Jesus in urine. Baby Mary. In something he did it in the urine, and they make a gay of Jesus. You think this is disrespect to Christianity or no?
How is that relevant to the question about you
So,
disrespecting the Bible?
that's okay with you. It's okay with you, or it's make you mad, or what?
Again, I still don't see how that's relevant.
So, so that means it's okay for you to make Jesus as a gay, protect Jesus as a gay, and
I don't like it, but they have the right to do it.
That's what I am saying. But you do not like it, right?
So.
Okay. So don't do that.
Do you have any actual point, Said? Do you have any actual point? We know what the law is. You don't have to tell us what the law is.
No. My point. We should respect each other religion, regardless we disagree with that. That's my point.
So,
simple question: Why? If I believe that something is going to take people to hell, why would I respect that?
No, everybody has their own belief.
No, I don't care about that. I'm just asking you a simple question. Why would I respect that belief? I'm not talking about the person. The person has their own level of respect based upon inalienable rights given to them by God alone. I'm asking about the belief system. Why would I believe a belief system that orders my execution? Why would I respect that?
No. The Quran doesn't say to execute.
Quran 9:29.
9:29.
Kill.
Well, what is it? Tell me
it
the
orders the death or enslavement of every Christian and Jew, and the death of every non-Muslim. Period.
No.
Dude, we already shamed you with one. Do you want to do this again?
Yeah. Bring that verse. So I can see.
I know you'll try to wiggle out of it by giving your own personal interpretation on it.
No.
Just look at what the text says. Now, the Arabic used here is fight/kill or fight to kill. Some translations get it right. Some translations don't. If you look at my screen, when I share it, you will see many translations, possibly. As soon as this website wants to work, because it's a pain in the rear end. Nope, doesn't want to work with multiple translations this day. Whatever.
Fight those who do not believe in Allah and last day. So let me explain this.
No. Finish reading.
Okay.
Or we're done.
Nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture. That's mean Christian and Jew, until they pay the tax willingly, submissively, fully humble. Let me explain to you. Okay, Arab Christian believe in Allah and last day. Okay,
no.
Yes, you believe in God.
I do not believe in the Allah of the Quran. Not at all.
You believe in last day.
I believe that
not
Allah's
last
will be
day.
A last day, but not the one that's described in the Quran.
But you believe in Judgment Day. You believe in Judgment Day.
Do I believe that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that the name of Jesus Christ is Lord? Yes.
You believe in Judgment Day?
That's what Judgment Day is, Said.
That is Judgment Day. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. There is no other way into heaven but through the blood of the cross. That's Judgment Day.
That Judgment Day.
Any other Judgment Day is a fraudulent lie, as far as I'm considered, and I do not believe
you mean people will go to heaven and hell? That's a Judgment Day, or they don't go to hell?
I already told you what the Judgment Day is I believe in. What are you trying to dig at? Because there's nothing there to dig for. Just letting you know.
So concept of Judgment Day, Christianity does not have concept of Judgment Day.
I just told you what the concept was of Judgment Day.
So do you have belief in
Christianity?
resurrection?
That's nothing like in Islam.
No, but the day will God judge all humanity. Do you have it or no?
I believe that there is an end of the world. I believe that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord on that day.
Okay, okay. I know Christian believe in Judgment Day. I don't know why you are not telling.
We believe in a judgment day. We don't believe in
It's
Muhammad's
not the
judgment
same.
day.
I'm
So
not
you can't
saying
just say
Muhammad
that
Judgment Day
all
or
judgment days are the same.
Jesus
This is
Judgment
referring
Day.
to a
No,
specific type of judgment day that's depicted in the Quran that I do not believe in at all. So I would
no.
not
I'm not
qualify
saying.
under that.
I'm not saying Quran Judgment Day. I'm saying Judgment Day. Do you believe or not?
That's not worth going to because it's not relevant to this. You're going to try to say that
So
because I believe in
anyway,
a judgment day that then it applies to this verse, which it does not.
okay,
Because this
okay.
is
Let
referring
me.
to a very specific judgment day as
Okay,
we read throughout the Quran. If you just
okay.
want to take this one verse and ignore the entire Quran and just throw that in the fire, my house is pretty cold right now.
Okay, okay. Let me first sentence I will explain to you. Fight those who do not believe in Allah. Allah is a word, is Arabic for God. So
Referring to the God of the Quran, specifically here, because this is part of the Quran, so this would be in context with the rest of the message that was given. So, no, I don't believe in that God.
you believe in God?
I believe in a God that's not this God.
No, which God? Creator of the universe, or
I believe in the God of the Bible, not the God of the Quran, as, again, this is from the Quran,
so
so we must keep it
your
within that
God is
context.
a creator of the universe or not?
In the Bible, he's the creator of the universe, but that's not the same creator of the universe that's in the Quran. It's completely different creations.
Listen. You can believe whatever you want to, but I will explain it to you. Just
What you're trying to ask me if I believe in this Allah, and I'm
no,
telling
forget
you,
it.
based
No.
upon the context that's given in the Quran, I do not believe in that Allah.
Okay. That's okay. That's fine. Let me explain to you that fight those who do not believe in Allah and last day. So it means fight those who do not believe in God and last day. So
No.
that means the atheists. You are fighting with the atheists.
No.
That's all I can say.
Nope, that's a lie.
No,
What it means is the Allah of the Quran. Because again, you've got to take in context. You can't just take this out and say, well, because they use this general God term, then that must apply to every God that's out there. That's utter foolishness. You would never, ever use that with any other text. That would make everything worthless. That would make the entire Quran worthless because you could never know what exactly it's referring to. You've got to look at the context, and the context says that this is Allah that Muhammad preached about, and I don't believe in that God at all, nor does any good Christian at all, because it is an absolute depiction of the devil himself.
Yeah, there is another verse in the Quran. It says, it's number 262. And in that verse, Allah said, all good Muslim, good Christian, good Jew, and anyone who believe in God, they will go to heaven. So that's what it is.
The Quran also says if you do not believe in Muhammad, no.
It doesn't say anything.
Messenger.
It doesn't say anything in the Quran. It doesn't say anything.
You're not a true believer.
Even Quran said when Jews come to the Prophet for some issue, some judgment. So Allah said, do not come to the Prophet Muhammad. Allah gave them the book, the Bible. To you have a judgment in your Bible. Allah said
absolutely,
Allah
and it judges the Quran as false.
It
judges the Quran as
that's
a lie.
what God said. That's what
God
Allah
said in
said.
judgment in the Bible that the Quran is false, and it predicted that there would be a false teacher coming that is very close to what Muhammad did, almost word for word. It's weird.
Yes, even Allah said to Jew, do not come to the Prophet Muhammad. Allah gave you book, and there is a judgment for everything in that.
No, there's not. There's not
yes.
judgment for everything in the Torah. Not like there is in
No,
the Quran.
no, they have.
Not true.
Whatever issue they have, there is a judgment for it. Jew believe that. Jew believe
again,
the book have a judgment for everything.
Again, going back to this context of this verse in the Quran, which you've got to take the Quran as its context. Again, that Allah is not the Allah I follow. It's not the God I follow.
There is only one God, okay?
And his name is Jesus Christ.
Hindu people, Hindu people, they also follow Allah. They have different way of following Allah. You have a different way.
Allah.
Muslim has different way of following Allah. We all follow
Yeah.
the same.
Hindus follow
have multiple Allahs.
Hindus follow Allah by having an uncountable number of different gods, which are all supposedly Allah and all violate the concept of having no partners. But it's the same religion. It's the same thing.
It's a corruption, but they follow true God. Okay, it's a corruption. Just like you have a corruption. Your concept of God is a Father, Son, Holy Spirit. They also have 1,000 of gods. So concept is wrong, but truth is there is a God.
Okay, I'm just going to kibosh this here. We're going to end it here. Very simple. This verse gives us this order of fighting those who do not believe. And then it qualifies what that means in the next verse, where Jews say that Ezra is the son of Allah, while Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. And again, I have repeatedly told you that's what I believe. This is the basis. In fact, he even declares, may Allah condemn them. Other translations say destroy them. So this is clearly a condemnation. Thank you for your time, Saeed. But we have other callers to go to. It's very clear what this is talking about. We're not going to dance around it any longer.
Thank you, sir, for taking me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for calling in.
And good night.
You too. Not connected. Okay, can't do that one. Okay. Welcome.
Hello, brother. How are you?
Welcome back. Yes. Doing good. Well, interesting conversation. Again, problem with the second part of that verse.
Look, I have one question. I was Muslim, right?
Yes.
Then I watch a lot of videos of ex-Muslim, and there I learned before I don't know. I read it Quran and Arabic, even I don't know what it means. When I know the meaning, it's telling me to beat my wife. I cannot even ask question in Islam if it is not okay for me. I asked this, and I also read this in the chat room, and someone asked me to show me in Quran. I don't know right now the ayat, but even in Quran, Allah say like, you friend, you people not Muslim, I cannot make you as a friend because you are not Muslim. How can a God judge people like that? How can a God deceive? In Quran, in one place, Allah said that He is the best of deceiver. I can beat my wife. I cannot ask question. I can kill people who not believe in Allah. How can a God say this? But in Quran you can find it. That's why I live with Islam. I only want to say this. That's why I live Islam, because it's not true, and we don't need to respect Quran. I by myself as an ex-Muslim, I not respected.
Well, thank you for the opinion. It is very valuable and welcome.
Okay, I just want to say only this. Okay, bye. See you next time.
Well, before you go, can I ask you a quick question, Saki?
What?
My question is, would you have a problem, or would you consider yourself burning a Quran in protest? So if a ex-Muslim like yourself would burn it, say this book is evil,
you know,
for
I
example,
want to do
reasons
it.
you said?
I want to do it, but it's not allowed. Like, I'm living in Germany, and it's not allowed because there are a lot of Muslim, and you know, they will try to kill me. And this way I'm afraid not to do it. But if I have a chance, I want to do it, because it's
Awesome.
destroyed my life 26 years.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I do have a follow-up question. Do you think that doing this kinds of things pushes Muslims away, or is it neutral, or
You
does
know
it make
why?
Muslims pay
You
attention
know
to you?
why ex-Muslim just burning Quran? You know what's the reason? Because when you are Muslim, you cannot even touch a Quran when you are not in a uzu. You know what uzu mean? Like before praying, you must wash yourself. This. And if by mistake the Quran throw down on you, then you will must 3 days of Ramadan. You will do 3 Ramadan for that, and just make sorry for Allah 3 days, because it's by mistake is thrown down from the table. And a lot of people I ex-Muslim doing this because our life was destroyed by this. We are just a normal people like you, yeah. We love also everyone, but the Quran tell us not to make friends, like not to be normal, to be the same like Hamas, to kill people. That's why we are angry of that. That's why ex-Muslim just burning it. Because the problem is the Quran. Without Quran, if the Quran will be finished, the problem will be also finished.
I have nothing to add to that at all. That was too well said.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for sharing your perspective. I think it's very valuable to hear these things from ex-Muslims, not just from, us saying it.
I can explain and then next time in a better way, but my English is not that much good, so I'm sorry to. I cannot explain it right now, but I will learn. I will just write in my language, then I will translate into English. Next time I will explain why ex-Muslim are burning it.
That'd be fantastic. And you're welcome on whenever we do a call in. You're more than welcome to come and join us.
Thanks a lot. So see you next time, okay? Thanks
Thank
a lot to give me
God
time.
bless.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we're back on.
Yeah. Thank you for this chance. First of all, I would like to ask the Muslim brothers and sisters, why Allah speak only one language, Arabic? Also, in Arabic, there is different Arabic. There is not one Arabic. If you even have to understand the Quran deeply, you have to go to Saudi Arabia and learn this like Paleo Arabic. Like, in Judaism, there is Paleo Hebrew and contemporary Hebrew. So average Muslim, what do they know about Quran? They don't even know what the Quran is. Especially people from Pakistan, from Afghanistan, it's not even their language. So the hypocrisy about Muslim people, in China, last time they demolished 700 years old mosque, the Dongguan Mosque. No Muslim came out to protest. But if anyone Christian person say something, they come in they make it a big deal. The guy who burned the Quran, the Iranian guy. So they pick and choose. The reason they do this, even though we are Christian bigger number, because we let them do whatever they want to do, so they're taking advantage of us. So again, my please, our Christian brothers and sisters, you can be any sect of Christianity, Orthodox, Protestant, Pentecostal, all kind of Christianity. But one thing that we have to have common ground, if they mock about our Bible, we cannot let them do that, because we have the bigger number. We have the means too. So I would like to put this word for you guys, but Allah is not God. Allah is a pagan God. Because if you go back to who those people, around the Middle Eastern, the Canaanian, something like that, Allah was a pagan God. Muhammad himself, he was worshiping the pagan God. We don't even know what Muhammad worshipped too, because the Quran was written after 200 days of Muhammad. So who wrote the Quran? And they give you Al-Bukhari, this. Which one should we believe then? Yeah, but our weakness is getting us to be hurt to ourselves. Even we need to protect the people from Islam who convert to Christianity. We need to have a bill. They can be safe. They can be practice Christianity as much as they want, because God gave us free will. Why our free will would be prevented by this one pagan book? Yeah, we need to talk. Just what they did in Iran, the little girl, 16 years old, what's her name? Misa Amahi, whatever her name, just because she showed her hair, to kill her. This is satanic. Why would they kill her? God gave us free will. Why man has to kill this girl? And again, they did it another girl too. So where is the outrage? Where is the outrage? Because we Christian, we need to protest for her. For people who convert to Christianity, they live in fear because there is honor killing. To whom? I remember, I think in the Bible, the Moabawian, they used to sacrifice their kids for the god Hamish. Now they're killing their own children for the honor killing. This is real pagan. Yeah, especially we should use it when we have power, like America, like Europe, to protect those people and to speak up for those people. But first, let's respect ourselves. When they mock our Jesus, we need to have some kind of bill, just like anti-Semite, anti-Arabism, Islamophobia, the Christianophobia, it needs to be a bill. Yeah, people should be punished. In Ethiopia, until 1860, if you mock about the Bible, you will be punished. You should have been punished. But after 1860 AD, they took out that bill. Then everything got a mess. That's why they're burning our church. They're killing our priestess. Yeah, so we need protection. Everybody lives by law. Yeah, we need to have a law that protects Christianity. We cannot just let go like this. But I wonder, why is Allah, if he was God, creator, he only speaks one language, Arabic? That's really funny for me. Yeah.
Let me get you straight on that. You said that we need to do something. What's the protests? What's about the Hamas attack? The reactions therefore, and we should definitely do something. Is that one of the things that you stated?
By the way, Hamas is a terrorist group. In Palestine, there are Christian people, but they are minority. They don't even have voice. But, you know, the guy, who was his name? Hassan, the son of Hamas, he already told us how they played with us.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make a point real quick, was just an answer, yes or no, about Hamas. The Hamas attack, what happened there, the killings. You're saying that we need to do stuff about it. Is that correct?
Yeah, we need to stop that too, because Hamas is a terrorist group. In Palestine, there are so many parties, but all of them are based in Islamism, not even in Christianity. Yeah. Wow. So why does it have to be in Islamism? All the parties, and that Islamism that required you have to kill Jew or Christianity. Yeah, now they're killing Jewish, but next time they will kill Christian Palestine too. Yeah.
Now, to answer your question, I did actually do a response to that. In fact, I've got a 45-second version of it right here. Wait, why am I doing this? Because Muslims like Hamas value this book more than they do human life. If you want to know more, check out the video here. This video is not promoting violence in any way. Okay, that is on my channel just as an explanation, and I do have a longer version where I go in much deeper into the reasons, the cause why, backed up by Quranic references to support why I did the action. So I didn't just randomly do it. I actually have the Quran here that I shot. So it's a nice little star on the back. So yes, since I'm not there, I can't really do much more than what I currently am online. Now just keep doing it if need be.
Yeah. So,
I mean, again, I'm clear in the video what they can do to stop me, and I make it very simple. Respect human life. Don't murder people. I don't think that's much to ask, just personally. So we do have another caller to go ahead and let on.
Thank you, guys.
So, but real quickly before you hang up, Ethiopian caller, I just wanted to say, hey, that you're on the right channel, you're in the right place. All of us here, believe in taking the fight to Muslims. We believe in fighting back, so to speak, not just like passively sitting by and letting them take over our societies and our countries. Now, that doesn't mean that we advocate going out and killing Muslims in the name of Yahweh or something. Absolutely not. That's not what we mean by fighting. But we do mean that we are going to stand for the truth, regardless of the cost, regardless of the consequences. We are here to do what is right in God's eyes.
Yeah, thank you. Because at the same time, for us, for Christian people, Israel is the base of our Christianity. The Christianity starts with the Old Testament. So we cannot deny that. When we see something aggressively by religious Hamas, I think we should condemn them. But I feel sorry for the mother and children who are dying in Palestine too. I'm Christian. I pray for them. But Hamas is just terrorist group and based in Islamist ideology. I do not agree with that. But I pray for whatever both sides are dying people. I am Christian. I pray for both of them. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you. And have a good night and God bless. Okay. Next one on up. Our next guest here. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, Barbara finally figured things out.
Yes, hello. I just want to say one thing.
Good.
No, not one thing. I'm here to say a lot of things. But first of all, I want to pray to our brothers in Palestine and also in Israel who are suffering from baseless agenda for absolutely no reason and got the whole world divided. But that's not the topic today. I hope that God eases their suffering and makes them a way out. So the thing is, so first of all, I condemn Hamas. I 100% condemn Hamas. But enough about Hamas, because everybody knows that Hamas is a terrorist organization. Even the Muslims condemn them. No Muslim stands for the killing of innocent civilians like that.
Well,
but the response at the outrage,
there's quite a few
yes?
people who would disagree with that. I'm sorry to say, but there are
Okay,
large
so
marches
quite a few people that
happened in
follow
immediate
al-Jihad
response.
that are. Oh, sorry. Continue.
No, there are quite a few marches worldwide from thousands and thousands of Muslims all marching. In fact, they even marched on the Capitol, all in support of Hamas.
Okay, but do you mean Hamas, or the resistance? Maybe you misunderstood Hamas. You are sure of that?
Hamas, the word that means violence.
Hamas does not mean violence, but okay,
Yes, it does.
if you say so.
In Hebrew, it
No,
does.
it means excitement.
It means violence.
In Hebrew,
Hamas.
in Hebrew,
Hamas. Absolutely.
Excuse
That's why it was
me.
chosen.
In Hebrew?
Yes.
In Hebrew. But
In
the terrorist group doesn't speak Hebrew.
That's not why they chose it.
For real.
Incidentally, they do speak Hebrew. They put out propaganda videos in Hebrew all the time.
Yes, of course they speak Hebrew because they're fighting with
Then they
like
know
they don't find
exactly
the language
what it is.
barrier,
Okay.
guys.
Dude,
Of course,
okay.
of course they're gonna speak Hebrew.
Get
at
to
some
the
point.
This is irrelevant
get on
anyway.
topic. Get on
Yeah,
topic.
yeah, okay.
Or
So
else we'll
basically,
move on.
I hate the support of Israel. I don't see it as valid. So okay. Do you support Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Goodbye. I told you get on topic. You chose not to get on topic. Goodbye. I have no tolerance.
That's so sad. That's so sad. He spent all this time waiting, or actually pretending like he couldn't get his devices to connect. You finally convinced him to connect, and then he wouldn't address any of the 20 different polemics that he put in the chat that I said that I would respond to, or show him the different Arabic Qurans, or answer the actual
All I'm
topic.
asking is the same question I've asked.
I know.
Every
It's so sad.
speaker, Christian, non-Christian, everyone. What's your view on the topic? No, I want to talk about this political thing that isn't actually accurate in any way, shape, or form. I want to talk about this. It's like, that's not the point of the live stream. If you wanted that, you should have been here last week because I had a call in with that as a topic and you didn't call in. So next guest we have here.
No.
Hello.
Hi.
Blue screen of death feeling here.
Hello.
Give me flashbacks.
Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
You can hear me. Okay.
We can hear you. I don't know if
Okay.
you can hear us.
I can hear you. I can hear you. So give me a question about the topic.
Well, no,
If we should,
no, the topic.
Yeah, if we should what you call this? Should Christians respect the Quran?
Should Christians disrespect the Quran? Okay, let me just rephrase it. Just make sure there's no question about it. Quran desecration. Should the Christians be allowed? Should the Christians do it? Should the Christians not do it? Should the Christians have to respect the Quran? Go ahead and give me your view on whatever that is.
My view is that the problem is that Muslim misunderstood their Quran, no? And that mostly, if you would find all Arab countries do not encourage education. That's why most of the Muslims are uneducated. That's why most of the time they don't have a choice of whether they're going to follow the Islam or follow Christianity or other religions. I don't have much knowledge on the Quran. It's very limited, but I know there are lots of lies. There's a lot of violence being promoted there, like beating your wife, killing the Jews, and what else that you can find. Of course, I can disrespect. I will not respect Quran, but of course, the Muslims, if they are educated, then they will have the chance or the ability to be able to discern that their Quran is not does not really promote peace. They are only learning what they know about the Quran from their imams, from the mosque, from the teachings. You ask any Muslim if they understand a single line in their Quran, they don't. And as Christians, if these Muslims cannot understand the Quran, how can we? Right?
Well, the way we would be by reading it.
You can read it, but I guarantee you won't understand what the hell is being said on a single line.
I'll be honest. It's
Okay.
rough, but you can get the information out of it. It's not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination. I'll definitely give you that point. I'm sorry to try to get to the point. I agree with you on probably 99% of what you just said. As far as lack of education, I would like it if they all read it. I'd like it if they didn't enforce it on their kids, and that this was a choice that they got to make and that they were free to make it, and not the constant death threat over their head the entire time. That I would like. Don't get me wrong. But as far as can we get to the topic of the live stream?
Okay, I'll just make it short. Of course, I do not respect Quran because of the contents and because of the knowledge I have of the Quran. What the point I'm driving at is that if only the Muslims are educated, or the Arab countries allows their people to have an education, to study, of which some are those who have the opportunity to be able to study abroad and learn and find out that their Quran is a big book of lies, then they turn away from it, right? So yes, please.
I was going to say, I think what you're saying is the better method is to reveal that the Quran is a lie, among other things. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. It must be revealed.
It must be. Been to my channel before? Have you been to L's? That way. Have you been to my channel before?
No.
Have you been to my L's channel?
This is the first.
Have you been
This
to
is the first time
Thaddeus?
I've seen you all. This is the first time I've seen you all. Actually, I should have been glad that I have been here earlier, but I just got in late just now.
No, that makes sense. Okay. You will find a collection of probably over 1,000 videos between all of us combined on Islam. And I know for a fact on my channel, you might find maybe 4 ones that desecrate the Quran, again, with a specific purpose in mind, either murder or mass death or threatening of death to occur. And I always try to keep it in kind. So that is what aspects we've already covered that. As far as desecrating the Quran, it's the extreme level that we're referring to doing it, not just as random.
Yes.
I
Actually,
decided to burn it today.
Yes. And if you have a book of the Charter of Hamas, which is a Muslim group, a terrorist group that uses the Quran, Hamas Charter Article 13 says there is no solution for this is regarding Israel and Palestine, okay? There is no solution for the Palestinian question except through jihad. Initiatives, proposals, international conference are all a waste of time and vain endeavors, meaning they will not agree or sign anything even if it is favorable to them, just like they did. A lot of times they have already rejected all the proposals. And this is from Mahmoud al-Zahar. This is a Hamas commander. The entire planet will be under our law. There will be no more Jews or Christian traitors. The entire 510 million square kilometers of planet Earth will come under a system where there is no injustice, no oppression, no Zionism, no treacherous Christianity. Meaning, this is not limited only to the Jews, but to the entire world. The Christians, the Buddhists, the whatever religion, they will eradicate it. And they want to establish a whole world single caliphate to rule the world.
That's straight out of the Quran, actually. Basically, well, not straight out of the Quran, word for word, but yeah, Quran 9:29, which we did cover earlier, does say to fight everyone that doesn't believe in Allah or in the last day or hold holy what Allah and His Messenger hold holy. And the fight there, the Arabic is fight/kill or fight to kill. until they are either basically enslaved and have to pay a toll to them in the
For you not
form
to
of
kill
a
them.
special tax.
Yeah.
Or the option is if you don't decide not to pay the tax, beheading is your only option, and you must feel humbled. Sometimes those are translated as humiliated. So you must continuously feel humiliated. The Christians and the Jews, and that's only to the Christians and Jews. The atheists, no, sorry, atheists, you guys are dead. There's no other option for you guys in this. And it's not me. That's the Quran. And then it does state why in the very next verse. This is what Sahib could not reply to, because it's just too much. It's because of what they believe. It's because of our faith and what the Jews believe. Again, the Jews don't actually believe what they claim here, but it does apply to the Christians because we do believe that Jesus is the Messiah, the Son of God. So
yes.
So yes, very much so.
Wow.
So yeah, I would recommend that you take a look at my channel, at L's channel, at Thaddeus's channel. I try to do 2 shorts a week and then a live stream. I know Thaddeus just seems to be married to the live streams. I don't know if I ever get on a time on my computer that I don't get an update saying, "Oh, look what Thaddeus is up to over here." Absolutely preaching the truth and owning it over here on YouTube. It's like, man, I gotta get to work. I gotta go do more videos because, man,
are your links on the YouTube right now?
In the description, I know Thaddeus is. I don't think L's is. I mean, my channel is just what channel you're on currently, so it would be in the video itself. So if not, I'll definitely add L's later. But if you look at my channel, you'll find L pretty easily because we end up doing a lot of stuff together.
Wait. I have my notepad. What's your channel again?
My channel is Your Brother in Christ.
Your Brother.
It's spelled out.
That is in YouTube. That is in YouTube.
There.
Yeah, this video is on that channel. So
right here.
If you scroll down.
There.
Just,
it's here. It's here. I'm sorry. I did not know. I was looking for the link under. Okay. So okay, I'm going to subscribe to you now, so I can find your channel. Then look at it, and may probably learn more. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the time that you gave me. Thank you very much.
I hope to talk to you again another day.
Yes, I will. I will try. Okay. Bye. And God bless all of you.
God bless.
Thank you. God bless.
Okay. Let's give you a shot here. Do we have a good audio?
Do we have a good audio? Let's see.
Ooh, that sounds good to me. That sounds
good.
crisp.
Yeah, you just had this gentleman. He starts with, I don't know the Quran much, but then he says it's a book of lies. Now, people have to be very careful when they use such terms because they have to start with, I know the Quran very well. It's a book of lies. They can't say, I don't know the Quran too much and then call it a book of lies. So please make sure that your guys, when they come and talk, they are saying things which they know about. Now, the Quran is not a book of lies. It is.
Yes, it is.
Again, I do not take the Quran to be the inerrant word of God. Neither do I take the Bible to be the inerrant word of God. But it does have a lot of truth in it. You were going to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm waiting
Can you guys
hear.
I mean, I hear you. You're wrong, but
I was letting you. I mean, if you want to continue being wrong, that's fine. I was letting you speak your time as you want. Now, granted, I do want to hear your opinion on the topic itself, and if you don't give that, we'll have to remind you to give an address on that.
That's exactly what I'm coming to, because should the Christians be respecting the Quran? That's basically what you are asking, right?
Yes, basically.
Oh,
Yes.
you
That's a
see, the
part of it,
thing
yes.
is that I am a Christian and I do respect the Quran. Why do I respect the Quran? Because it talks about Jesus very highly. In fact, it says all who
No, it
follow Jesus will be superior. Does it say it or not? In Surah 355. And because of this, you see, it was revealed to Prophet Muhammad. So his prediction came out to be good. So he can be considered a prophet because he says all who follow Jesus will be superior, and the Christians are superior.
The
So can
Christians are
I
superior. Oh,
can I
in
ask
truth.
you two questions? Superior in truth, yes, that is also true. So can I ask you two questions? One is everyone who makes a correct prediction about anything a prophet?
No, but when it's a prediction, so basically a prophet has to be correct, right?
Yes, a prophet does have to be correct.
Okay.
So you just said that it's not sufficient. It is necessary, but not sufficient. So you're correct on that. Now, my other question is this actually a prediction during the 7th century that Christians will be uppermost or superior in numbers?
Well, if you look at it, I would say, yeah, it was a prediction.
Historically speaking, when did Christianity become the dominant religion of the Roman Empire?
Constantinople.
I can answer that if you want. If you don't.
Go ahead, please.
I'm looking for a year. I mean, you kind of said a correct-ish answer, but I'm looking for a year.
No, I don't have the number in my mind, so no.
Your brother in Christ?
343 was when it officially took over. 343. If memory serves.
That sounds about right for when it was declared a state religion. Now, there was still a remnant of the traditional pagan religions. However, they would have been dying out throughout the 4th and 5th century. So by the time the 7th century rolls around, the Roman Empire is, for all intents and purposes, 100% Christian.
Now, he never said that, the Prophet Muhammad, actually in the Quran, doesn't say that whoever follows Prophet Muhammad, they will be superior. Does the Quran say any such thing?
No, it does not. And that'd be a contradiction, right? If, as Muslims sometimes tell me that Islam is going to take over the world, everyone's going to be a Muslim, I say, well, then you would make your God a liar, since he says that Christians will remain uppermost until the day of judgment. But my point to you here is that this was already true at the time the Quran was written. In the 7th century, Christians were the dominant religion. So it's not really a prediction, it's just a statement of fact.
No, okay, but it also ends up with till the day of resurrection. It doesn't end just they'll be superior. It says they will be superior till the day of resurrection.
Correct. And so far that's stayed true. It has not yet been made false. Now, it could be. The Bible doesn't make any such claim. It doesn't claim that Christianity will be the world's largest religion or that it will stay that way. And indeed, it's certainly implied, although perhaps not explicitly stated, that by the time of the judgment, Christians will be a very tiny minority, that people will fall away from the truth in the last days, which would then be different than the Quran's claim. So maybe in the future we'll have an opportunity to test that. But I don't think so. I'll give you that it's at least a prediction that Christianity will remain uppermost until the day of judgment. But we don't know if that's going to be true, nor would it be a hard prediction to make at a time when Christianity is already dominant. No one's going to go around being like, that group that's currently very dominant, they're going to disappear in the next 10 years. Like just as a human being, right?
No, if he made
just
that
think of the United States. right?
Now, if he made that prediction,
Yeah, I
that came
do.
true, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, just think of the United States right now. The United States is the dominant global power. Would you consider me a prophet if I said that the United States will remain the global dominant power? Or would you say that I'm just saying something that's probably pretty obvious?
That you see, the thing is, I do not understand why are you putting a hedge against his what he said. Because instead of using it to the positive, why are you using it as a negative thing?
I'm not using it as a negative. I'm just analyzing the claim, because you claimed that this is evidence for the truth of the Quran, or that it speaks truth or something along those lines. So I'm analyzing the claim to see if it holds up to scrutiny. In the Bible, we are encouraged to test all things and
Certainly,
to hold on to what is good.
the
So
test.
I'm testing it.
The
I'm
test.
not saying it. I'm not saying it's an error. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying the test. My testing doesn't say that it's sufficient evidence. And actually, you said the same, right? You said that it would be necessary for a prophet to speak the truth, but someone speaking the truth once doesn't necessitate them being a prophet. So we're actually in agreement on that point. But
And I hope that
the difference
he's
is,
right.
I think you're. Well, I don't. It doesn't make any difference to me whether he's right or not. I don't care about numbers. I don't care if Christianity has the largest number or the fewest numbers. What I care about is that it's the truth.
Now, superior in you can also have superior in the other sense. Basically, it also says that they will be superior till the resurrection day, which means also followers of Jesus, they will be the ones who will be entering paradise, Jannah. In that sense, it doesn't say those words, because he says all who do not follow Jesus will suffer terrible agony. Will suffer terrible agony in this world and the hereafter. So basically, when
That's
it's
completely against the Quran.
no, it is in the Quran.
It would. Well, then it contradicts itself with Quran 98:6, which we covered earlier.
Yeah, it does contradict
Because it specifically says that they will burn in hellfire.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, that's what we have to look at. What is there in the Quran which is true, and what has come there because of the Arab hegemony?
Okay. So what measure are you using to determine one or the other?
The measure I'm using is basically this. You see, now, first of all, as Thaddeus was saying, till now, what he said is true. The Christians are superior. And when he talks of further down, they will be superior also in the day of resurrection, and they will have no other helper. Now, no Muslim wants to agree to this. I go to Muslim channels and they block me. Why? Because when I use these verses of the Quran and tell them, look, what your Quran is stating is all who follow Jesus will be superior, who don't will not, and they will have no other helper, which means no Muhammad, no Moses, nobody else but Jesus. But this is the truth. Why are you in denial of this truth itself? You guys are also in denial of this.
So let me clarify here. So does the Quran contain things that are true? Yes, it does. That would be quite extraordinary, miraculous even, if it didn't say anything that every single word it says is false. That isn't the standard. The standard isn't that it contains some truth. The standard is that it is itself the objective standard for what is true and what is not. And what you're telling me is that you have to judge by an outside standard to know which parts of the Quran are true. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't see any point of having the Quran if you're using something else as your standard to begin with. Now, could I use the Quran to evangelize Muslims?
Standard is.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to know what that standard is. But just to finish my thought, could I use the verses of the Quran to evangelize Muslims? Sure, I definitely could do that. I could definitely point out how Jesus has a special status, even within the Quran, that it has a remnant of truth in it. And then I can point out that it also makes errors and say, why don't you rather go to something that's true all the time, not just true about the status of Jesus, for example, or at least partially true about the status of Jesus. So I guess the question is, what is that standard, right? What is the standard that we can go to if it's not the Quran? And you also said it's not the Bible.
Well, the thing is, you see, there are elements of truth in the Quran. There are elements of truth in the Bible. We cannot say the Bible is the inerrant word of God. Do you believe that? Do you take the Bible to be the inerrant word of God?
Is God inspired?
Okay, yes, it's God inspired, but do you take the Bible to be the inerrant word of God?
Do I think
so we'd have to be. I can only speak for myself. I don't know your brother in Christ's position exactly. I would have to be very careful and nuanced with the way I describe it. But for purposes of a simple answer, yes.
Okay. Now, of course, I don't want to bring up the contradictions which do end up in the Bible also. The Quran has contradictions. The Muslims don't want to agree to this, but the Quran does have contradictions, like the one we are discussing. And I have shared this with Thaddeus in the past. In a Muslim country, I will say Dubai, I was stopped by the Uqaf committee for sharing these verses on my SUV. I had displayed them on my SUV, and they said, you cannot promote Jesus using Quran. I said, I'm using Quran. Why are you asking me to take these verses off? Because you cannot promote Jesus. You see, the Arab hegemony is in denial of these verses of the Quran, because they know that this is the truth. So we have to actually, I would say, use these verses to bring people to Jesus, rather than saying, oh, the Quran, we can't trust the Quran. I don't know why this approach.
So well, let me answer your question first. But first of all, I want to say thank you for sharing that experience, that Muslims reject the Quran, or at least ask you not to point out what the Quran says because they don't like it, because it's not really about all the prophets. It's really about Muhammad only. Now, to answer your question, can you use these verses? Sure, you can. But why do we point out that the Quran also has problems? And that's because just saying that the Quran values Jesus fits. Most Muslims would agree with that. They wouldn't act that way. They would tell you to take the verses off your SUV, but they would agree. They would say that, Jesus is very special. He's the word of Allah. He's the spirit of Allah. All kinds of things, right? Because they would affirm those things, but then they wouldn't go anywhere else with them. So in my experience, to actually convince a Muslim that, as you put it, the Arab hegemony is incorrect, you have to convince them that the Quran is incorrect about things. You have to show errors in it, not just show things that it says that are true, because they already believe those things are true.
No, of course, I'm not saying not to point out the errors in the Quran. I'm saying, why are you taking these verses and trying to prove that there are errors in these verses?
I don't need to prove there's an error in every verse of the Quran. I said that it does contain some true verses. We're not in disagreement about that.
You see, the Quran is like they say Rahmatul Alameen for Prophet Muhammad. Now, this itself is actually a big problem, if you ask me, because when you are saying he is the source of mercy for the entire universe, you are making him God. This is shirk. Shirk is one sin in Islam which is unforgivable. So you are committing the biggest shirk by saying Rahmatullah Alameen, not just for this verse, no, for this world, but for the entire universe. Is he God? And they say, oh yeah, he's Rahmatul Alameen. But when you say, is he God? They say, no, he's not God. So what are you trying to say? You see, there's a lot of contradiction going on there, which they are not willing to accept. But we have to point these things out to them.
Right.
So we have to use our even use the Quran.
Right. I'm not against
Go ahead.
using the Quran, but my question, I guess, remains to you: besides the possibility of a Muslim being more receptive to the message, does the Quran have any value? Does it teach you anything that is different from what you learn in the Bible? Or are you suggesting that we should just be respectful of the Quran and use it because it helps us reach Muslims with the actual truth?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to suggest. Even
Which one?
the Muslims, they do ask me, okay, they say, okay, yeah, we follow Jesus. I said, is this just lip service, or do you really mean it? Right? And I know it's just lip service. They don't mean it. I said, okay, then tell us where we'll find Jesus' teaching. I said, it's in the Bible. Now you have to go to the Bible. And your prophet was instructed in Surah Yunus 94, when in doubt, and the Injil, the Bible. So they are, no, we don't have to go there. When your prophet, if he's been told by God that when in doubt, go and refer or talk to the people of the book, who are you guys then? You believe him, that he's the prophet of God? If he's being instructed to go refer, they the biggest scholar, Mufti Yasser, he said, oh no, we follow Jesus. And Shabir Ali, he said, we follow, a Muslim can't be a Muslim unless he follows Jesus. And I say, okay, if you say that, let's talk of a shahada. Let's repeat after me this shahada. La ilaha illallah, Isa Ruallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. Oh no, we can't take this shahada. I said, why? Because it has the name of Jesus. When your book is saying no other prophet will be there to help you if you deny Jesus, and you are saying, oh, I don't want Jesus' name in this shahada. So we have to take the approach I'm trying to take. I hope you guys understand that. I know it's a tough approach, but that's the approach God has given me, and I'm going to be using it till I live, of course.
Well, unfortunately, we do need to wrap it up for the last guest that we're going to have. But I think this is a topic that needs a bit more time than we have tonight.
Certainly,
to
thank you for
dive
the time.
deeper. You are welcome
Thank
to
you
come
for the
in. If we
time.
have a call in, you're more than welcome to come in, and we can talk about definitely an open Q&A. We can dive a lot more into it at that point.
Yes,
So
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you for the time.
Yep, always a pleasure talking with you.
Okay, so our last guest, welcome back.
Oh no, we're not hearing anything.
Hey, bud. Can't hear anything. And probably mute. No, if you've got a speaker, sometimes it's muted on the speaker, not on the StreamYard. These are not muted on the StreamYard. Oh, there. Unmute. Mute. Looks promising. Should I hope? Oh.
Just give me a second. I think he's trying to figure it out. He got to work earlier,
Absolutely,
so I think he
fine.
can again.
So on to that here. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us. We're going to continue the conversation as soon as he is ready, if he can get that going. But we're going to give him a little time to work that out. So I do want to go ahead and plug that I will be doing the movie review on John's channel coming up next Monday. I get the weekend off. I get
Hello.
actually a whole weekend off. That's cool.
Hello.
Hey, we can hear you. Fantastic.
Yes, finally. First of all, I want to apologize about my last appearance. I thank you all for giving me a second chance. I would have
Let's
loved
just
a warning, but
erase it and
okay.
let's erase it and
Okay,
just
moving
start
on.
anew, as if
Moving
it never
on.
happened.
I reckon the main topic is should Muslims should Christians respect the Quran?
I do admit, if it was should Muslims respect the Quran, I think that would be an open shut case, and I would agree with the Muslims in that case.
No, yeah.
That's what they
Yeah,
believe.
so
No.
sorry for the slip up.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, I just want to point your attention to. You all know that the Iraqi man who burned the Quran in Sweden, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to point that. So I'll give him a minute. That after the incident, sure, he received some backlash from the Muslims, but never escalated to anything. And I saw one of the videos of him trying to what was he trying? Sorry, trying to buy a soda from, I think, Dunkin', and the worker there, a Christian guy. Y'all hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, a Christian guy denied him service because he did not believe that this was justified, that he burned the Quran. Do you guys want to be against that or with that? Are you guys with that?
So I think
solidarity with Muslims?
Yeah. So I think what you're trying to say is that perhaps Christians shouldn't burn a Quran or otherwise desecrate a Quran because it might make their own lives difficult, even from other Christians. Is that what you're suggesting? Just to be clear, the Swedish individual was not a Christian. He is ex-Muslim, as far as I know, atheist. But at very least, he doesn't state his religious beliefs, other than being ex-Muslim.
Well, I saw the video. I didn't really dig, but when I saw the video, I noticed that he was of European descent. So I assumed that he was Christian because most of Sweden is Christian. Yeah, I think they have the cross and the flag.
Yeah, well, regardless of the worker at Dunkin' Donuts, it doesn't really matter. So the point would be the same either way, right? That there might be people in society who will make your life difficult because they learn that you desecrated a Quran, and therefore you shouldn't do it. I think that's the argument you're suggesting. Is that correct?
Yes, but I want to take this higher than religion. I think there is a better reason than it, because it's still a sacred book, just like the Torah. Have you ever seen someone burn the Torah? Why don't Christians burn the Torah?
Well, it's part of our scripture for one.
Yes, but do you know what the Jews say? Do you know how the Jews feel about Christians?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say all Jews, right? I don't want to say a blanket statement, but yes, many Jews are violently opposed. Vehemently.
Not all
I don't
Jews
want
hate
violent.
Christians.
Poor choice of words. Vehemently opposed to Christianity, and will say very nasty things about it. That is absolutely true. And the same with Muslims, right? I agree. Same with Muslims. Not all Muslims are vehemently opposed to Christianity. Some are nice, some are not. I guess your question, though, is then why would Christians, and just to be clear, a very, very tiny number of Christians desecrate a Quran and not desecrate a Torah? Well, first of all, the Torah is part of our scripture, so maybe you should say like the Talmud or something like that.
So why is there two different religions if it's part of your scripture?
Because Jesus was the completion of the Old Testament prophecies, and not everyone accepted that. So we accept that Christianity is the natural continuation.
I think we're getting off point. Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
So what I want to get at is this act of hostility is unacceptable even in a human standard.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, bro. So, if I were to take a copy of, say, the Constitution of the United States and burn that, would that go above human decency, or is it only when it's
I think people discriminate First and Second Amendment in the United States now, and people are.
I didn't ask if it was legal. I know it's legal. It's absolutely legal.
No,
I can do
it's
that.
not about legal. It's not about legality. I think I know that people are enraged.
So would you say that
me personally,
would you say it would be wrong?
Oh,
would it be wrong for me to go and burn a copy of the Constitution?
I mean, why would you burn a copy of the Constitution?
Because I'm protesting against the U.S. government. It would actually be a perfectly reasonable. So people don't usually burn the Constitution. They usually burn a different symbol. They burn a U.S. flag in protests.
Okay.
And it makes some
what
people
if they burn
really
a pride
upset.
Flag?
Yeah, some people burn a pride flag. Well, I'm asking you because I'm trying to figure out what your standard is. If I burn something and it upsets people, does that make it wrong?
Well, it depends on the thing. Like for the Quran example, you can't just generalize that 2.2 billion Muslims. Okay, all of them are terrorists. All of them hate the Christians. All of them hate the Jews. You can't just say that.
Correct. I agree.
Yes, you can't just say that. You can't just burn a symbol. I think that represents everything. That much.
Well,
that's
so there
bigger
are,
number of the people.
Let's see your consistency. So there's 300 million people in the United States. Many of them have problems with the policies of the U.S. So can I burn a flag and protest against policies without saying that all 300 million people of the United States support those policies? Because when I'm burning a Quran, which, to be clear, I technically have never burned a Quran, but if I was burning a Quran, I would be protesting the contents of the book, not 2.2 billion Muslims.
Okay, but does sure. give me a minute. I'm just how do I say this? Do you know ulcer in the mouth? The little clots on the skin. It basically hurts when I speak. So give me a minute.
Oh, no problem. You're doing fine.
Thank you. So basically, the 2.2 billion Muslims don't agree with you because they entered the Quran not as you, not the same as you. Some of Arabic speaking, most of Arabic speaking, even if they were not Arab, like which is bigger. I think Indonesia, has the biggest spell. But that's aside our point. My main point is, after the incident of the Iraqi guy, I want to point your attention to a Muslim guy named Ahmed Alus. He, on the Saturday of, to be honest, I can't find the date, requested permission from the Swedish government to burn both the Torah and the Bible. I'm pretty sure you heard of him. Did you?
No. I actually haven't heard of this, but if you tell me, I'll be glad to look into it.
Yep. Okay. So basically, he requested permission, and he even got the permission. But when he arrived, at the place of the protest, I don't know. Do you have to call? Do you call it something?
We call it land.
So there isn't a specific place to protest, yeah? Just on the street?
I'm not intimately familiar with Sweden, but as far as I know, there's no special designated spot.
Okay. He said, not word for word, sorry. Wait, let me get it. And now they can be utilized. He said, I am a Muslim and I cannot burn sacred religious books which people believed in the past for and who people was right. So even the Muslims, they believe that the Christians, not the modern day Christians, the Christians that received the gospel from the time of Jesus till after it got corrupted. I think it's mainly, how much was it? 1,000 years? I'm not sure. Okay, don't take my word for it. They believe that the Christians are right. They believe that they will go to heaven with the Christians. They believe that they find them there, and not only the Christians, the Jews too. So it doesn't make any sense to spew all the hate. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, okay, so you're telling me that the Quran tells you that they're also going to heaven, but also that you have to kill them? For what reason?
disbelief.
Unless what?
Sorry,
Unless
I thought
it's not
that you were
the same
actually
paper.
asking. It was
Yes,
apparently a
unless it's
rhetorical
not the same
question,
paper.
but I was.
Unless the
So let me get to the crux of it.
Yes.
So the religious objects of other beliefs should be respected, if I'm understanding your stance correctly, by any good person, correct?
Yes. It would make you a
Absolutely. And
bad person. It would make you an immoral person to burn such a thing for what? That
burn such thing,
that
or
Allah.
maybe destroy such a thing too. I mean, there's different ways. For example, when I shot the Quran, I didn't burn the Quran. I shot it. That would
Okay,
still
so
be
that
falling
does.
in the same area, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course it would be same. It would be in the
Okay.
same area.
If
Wait.
I
Okay.
took it and it took this nice clean Quran and started hitting it with a stick and defacing it, that would be disrespectful. Or poking it with a stick, right? I'm just
Of
trying
course.
to get definitions down. Okay.
Of course.
Okay,
Of
fantastic.
course.
We should never do. No good person, according to you, would do that to another religious object. Correct?
Correct.
You mean like Muhammad, who literally attacked and stabbed at idols, declaring that he was there to break their idols? That is Muslim 832. That he is Sahih al-Bukhari 2478. Make sure I got the right one. There were idols around. He started stabbing them. This is when they entered in and took the Kaaba. Muhammad himself started stabbing the idols with a stick. Again,
Damn, you got me
same
there.
exact
Yeah,
thing.
I know that. Everybody knows that.
Okay,
He's
you
agreeing.
just condemned Muhammad then. You are aware of that, right? You just said that
No.
Muhammad is not a moral man.
Well,
Yeah, you
hear
did.
me out on this. Hear me out.
Anyone
Hear me out.
in the chat can
Hear me out.
listen back to it and hear that.
I want to hear him out though, because he did actually say you got me there. So I'm very curious.
Yeah,
As to what
he
he's
got
gonna
me
say.
there. He got me there. It's a true event, and I believe that. But the thing that I was trying to explain, that I seem to have failed miserably at it. Damn, I should really improve my English. Anyway, the point being is Muslims respect Christianity and Judaism because it was true. Because people of the book, people that believe in something, don't defamation. Shit. Yeah, I really walked in the trap, huh? Basically.
So
sorry.
can I I got a question that might help. Right, I got a question that might help you out a bit here. Does this apply to other religions besides Judaism and Christianity? Like, so for example, would it be disrespectful to, or inappropriate for a Muslim to burn a Hindu text, for example?
Well, yes, and they certainly don't believe in doing such things. So why
I was trying to help
anyone else should do that to your book? If they respect you, why don't you respect them? Like here's the thing, but the false idols in the Kaaba fall under a special category, which is called. It was basically insulting to the Islamic religion, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I should ask someone to clarify. But
yeah. So let me help you out here. So
Yeah.
you might not think that I'm actually helping you, but I'm trying to actually help you here to get your argument out, steel man your argument, so to speak. So you're saying that the idols of the Kaaba were offensive to the true God, that they are objects of a false god, and thus it's appropriate to destroy those objects. You also told me that the Bible and the Torah at least are partially correct because they were inspired by Allah and maybe they got corrupted, but there's still reason to respect them there, thus putting them in a different category. But then you were inconsistent when you said that you should respect the Hindu text, because that doesn't fall into a category of formerly accurate and corrupted text, but falls into the same category as the idols. So what I
just got the outermost region. I just got the bigger picture. Sorry about this. So when the Iraqi guy burned the Quran, what was his intention?
His intention was to protest.
Yes? To incite violence. I'll tell you the true intention. This Iraqi guy, I know the situation is in Iraq. They're like basically no one wants to live in Iraq right now. Basically, that's what's happening. So, and many claim that, and even the officials said that, the Swedish officials, that he, of course, I can't just, no one can be quite sure, but he did that stunt, did that protest, yes, just to get the Swedish national and not go back to his country. So that was inciting violence. Why should we incite more violence?
So you said two unrelated things. You made an accusation of him trying to do some sort of stunt for citizenship status or something like that. And you made a separate accusation of him purposely trying to incite violence. Those are two different accusations.
No,
both of them are very serious.
I'll tell you why in just a bit. Because
but let me
worldwide.
Well, we can discuss him. We can discuss him.
I'll just finish this much, just a small much.
Okay.
I will let you tie it together.
Go ahead.
I'll just tie it together.
Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, under worldwide law, even in the US, I think, I don't know about Sweden. In fact, I don't know about the specific law, but what I know is when someone requests the citizenship, if he, under humanitarian law, of course, if the countries still follow it, I think, if he is requesting political asylum and can prove that he is in danger of getting killed or imprisoned or forcibly imprisoned or in that criteria, he can get political asylum in almost any country, and that was what he was trying to do.
No, sorry, bud.
For the Shia Muslims back there are so extreme that they're just gonna finish him off when they see him.
That's actually quite a few Muslims, but that's just again loose speculation at best. So sorry, that's not a very good reason to.
Well, why did the Swedish police deny it? Not the police, the Swedish government deny him.
I don't know. Maybe misfiled the paperwork. That is just as plausible as your speculation.
Okay, maybe
misfiled it. Maybe it was supposed to be document 5 instead of document 6.
Yeah,
maybe it's supposed to have an N on it instead of a D.
Maybe.
Who knows? It's all speculation.
Okay, but here's the thing.
It's not
I don't think
of substance.
As I don't know as who, but as any person who wants to incite violence that way, why would there be a logical reason to incite violence that way? Why do we have
that's speculation that he wanted to incite violence? He didn't.
Not just him. Why do you want to burn the Quran? Tell me a good reason.
I did in the video. Multiple videos actually.
Yeah, protesting. What will you achieve of burning the Quran? Except violence and rage.
Go check out the video. It specifically tells you how to stop me from doing it again. Very simple. I walk you through it.
No. Here's the thing. This is not how do I say this? It's not about Islam versus Christianity or Christianity versus Judaism or Judaism versus Islam or anybody versus anybody. This is a human problem. Why do we have to fight? Is anybody prosecuting you now for being a Christian?
Quran 929.
Okay.
Yeah, actually it happens.
Quran 929.
Quran 929. Fight. Kill those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day or do not hold holy what Allah and his messenger have held holy, and I'm doing this all by memory.
Okay.
Yeah,
should I continue?
It actually
here's
happens
the thing. Here's the thing.
Can you guys hear me?
That's why.
Can you guys hear me?
we can hear you.
Okay.
You just have to talk over him.
Here's the thing.
Mary,
okay.
We are not.
Here's the thing. I can see it. I can see it in front of my eyes.
Good.
But is this in a specific place, or are you just generalizing it?
Oh no!
Because I know what it means. I mean, it means fight. It means fight. It doesn't mean kill.
I mean, fight to kill, actually.
Like, here's my second point.
Any
The
form of
problem is
fighting,
that
any
anyone
form,
can.
Right here.
Any form of fighting can be incited as violence if you're the one that is attacking the person.
I mean, yeah,
Now,
of course.
we do
But
need to wrap this
why would this
up
be in general?
here.
Why do you assume that this is
Why?
in general? Like,
Why?
sorry.
Because it
Are you
specifically
an
tells
Islamic
you it's in
scholar?
general. It
Who told
specifically
you?
tells you right there, next verse. It's called having a pair of eyes. It works very well. You should try it sometime. Where it says that the reason why is because the Jew, in our case, we're just curious about the Christians. The Christians say that Messiah is the Son of Allah. And it specifically says, may Allah condemn them. Other translations by Muslim scholars say that it should say Allah should destroy them, or may Allah destroy them. Either way, there you go. The Quran by itself is the reason why you would end up having this.
What if I told you that most Muslims differ from that opinion?
I don't care about most Muslims. I care about
what do you
the
care
texts
about?
actually say. If the text says X, and then some Muslim tells me
I'm sorry.
it means
So
Y,
if
I'm
someone,
going to go back to what
are
the
you
text says.
saying if someone
Very
just
simple.
disagrees with him, he should just completely destroy it, and whoever is stronger comes on top?
Wait, whoever what?
What are you talking about?
Whoever is stronger comes on top. Is this what we want? Is this what you want as a Christian?
Whoever
is this anyone?
comes on top? I don't understand what you're saying.
Whoever is strongest.
What do you mean?
Whoever is strongest? Well, that's what the Quran says right there. So no, I don't agree with that at all. So that's why I'm not a Muslim.
Yes, but this is general. This is like, how do I say this? Like it feels like my tongue is tied. How do I say?
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to think of what you're referring to. I don't know.
Okay, what I'm referring to is maybe this verse. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But I think that someone knows. I think that someone knows.
Well, yes,
I think that
I would
someone
say
is
Abu
trying to
Bakr,
preach about this. I think that someone is telling the extremist Muslims that they are wrong, and telling everybody too that they are wrong too. Also,
but who determines that?
Well, the advantage is we can actually look at how these were applied in the lives of Abu Bakr, Uthman, the people that knew the right guide caliphs, the people that knew Muhammad personally. And they specifically continued to fight against the Jews and Christians, conquered their lands, waged holy war against the Christians and Jews unprovoked, and the other polytheists. At that time, it was the Persian Empire, and the Byzantine Empire would have been the Christians at the time. And there's no doubt that was multiple crusades, multiple jihads, and that's over 400 years before the first crusade.
I mean, here's the thing.
Thank you, Mary.
I mean, here's the thing. Do we want more violence?
Hold on.
Or
no, if they continue to decide to
believe me, most
more violence.
Like I said before in the first interview.
Look at this.
I'm pretty sure everybody forgot about it.
You literally have Arabic scholars, Pickthall, Sahih International, Yusuf Ali, and literally, may Allah destroy them. How are they deluded? Allah himself fighteth against them. Allah's curse be upon them. Or be
yes,
on
but
them.
aren't we overlooking a lot of things? Like in
so
most cases,
no, we're just reading what the
tell me.
scholars
Why do countries that have entire militaries not act on this? Do they fear death? They don't fear death.
No.
That's why your logic is flawed. Not everybody believes this. Not everybody believes this as the way as you do. That's the problem.
No, we just read what is there according to what the Muslim scholars, which you appealed to earlier, have said, and it's very clear that it is a command.
And did the Muslim scholars refer to this ayah to wage war?
That's what we're looking at. And yes, that is actually what Abu Bakr used whenever he started the jihads against the Christians originally from Arabia. Well, he was coming out of Arabia, attacking the Christians that were the Byzantine Empire. This was one of those backings he used and said, hey, according to this, and that is the father-in-law to Muhammad, the first male convert to Islam. So his word is absolutely more valuable and has a lot more weight, I would say, than your interpretation, 1,400 years after the fact. So now we are going to need to wrap this on up here. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Wait, let me ask. Let me just ask. Okay. Let me just ask. Are you a Muslim? You aren't a Muslim, right?
No, that would be a very bad
so
name.
why
Your
would you
brother Christ would be a
why
very
do
bad
you
name
do
for a
the same
Muslim.
things as them? Even the Muslims are refraining from, how do I say this, attacking other religions for no reason. It just doesn't make any
Definitely
sense.
do attack other religions for no reason. In fact, I just gave you an example of it. Thank you. We need to move on. Have a nice day.
I mean nowadays.
Bye-bye.
I mean modern day. Modern day.
They do. Thank you. You can look at Israel for such said example. Other than that, it would be utter denial. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Real quick here, I do need to give credit where credit is due. And then I want, actually, before we do that, I want a couple of words from our guests here. Is there anything, mostly to everything New Testament, since you haven't got much of a word in edgewise? I'm sorry, coming in last second.
You're good.
Is there anything you want to say? Anything you want to plug? What are you working on?
Yeah, I mean, my channel, Ed, you can literally add everything NT and find my channel. Just kind of been just working on stuff in the background, doing a lot of lives, having a lot of conversations, doing research, stuff like that. So check me out on that channel. I'm also on TikTok. I can actually go live now on TikTok. I'm almost to 1,000 followers on TikTok, which is cool.
Much higher than I am.
Well, I would have never even thought that I'd even get a TikTok. I used to think it was the dumbest thing on the planet. Now I got one, so I guess I'm just joining the bandwagon, which is cool now. So, but yeah, and the question: should Christians respect the Quran? I think that we should read it as a material, because I do believe that it has historical value to it, although I don't think in its theological claims and historical claims about other figures in the past are at all accurate. So I think that there should be a level of at least respect to reading it and understanding it so that we can steelman, not strawman, the Islamic religion. But at the same time, I don't hold it as a holy book. So I'm not going to get upset if somebody destroys one or burns one, even with the Bible. To me, it's not like something that, if somebody burns it or tears it up, anything like that, it's not something that I get offended over or anything like that, because ultimately Christ still lives. Ripping up the Bible and everything, that doesn't change the fact that Christianity is so true. So, that's just what I wanted to plug in, I guess, for the very last minutes that I even am in here. For the past, you guys have been streaming for 5 hours. I didn't even know until I actually looked, and I was like, oh goodness, he's already on. And I get on here, you've been on for 5 hours. I'm like, oh well, better late than never. Party's here now, so we can all have fun. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't have too much to say, but good work. Keep doing what you're doing. God bless.
Anything from Mary?
I want to say really quickly, bruh,
got a lot.
look at the link that I put in the chat. I really want you to click on that, and you can see what Islamic scholars say about that verse that you said doesn't mean that you should go out and kill people. I also really recommend that you track, that you find out how many Islamic terrorist attacks there are every year and how many people they kill before you say that Muslims today don't go out and just kill people, because they do. And the reason that they do is because, unlike you, they've actually read their Quran and they know what it says and they know what the official interpretation of it is and they follow it. And the reason that I think that it's important for other people not only to read the book, because until you read the Quran, you have no idea how stupid it is. In translation, a lot of the stupidity is hidden, but there's still plenty there to make you go, oh my goodness, this is such a human book by an absolute crackpot. This is a ridiculous book. This is an absurd book. So I recommend that everyone, Muslims are afraid. They're terrified. They're frightened. They shake in fear at the thought of reading the Injil or the Torah that their own book says comes from God. They're terrified of it. They won't do it. They're afraid. We aren't afraid. We aren't afraid of what's in it. And knowing what's in it, we know it's not from God. And we know it's perverted and disgusting. And if burning it helps show people that it is perverted and disgusting and that we understand that and that we reject vehemently the things that are in it, the things that tell people to just all kinds of awful things, to have sex with little children, to abolish adoption, to beat their wives, the ridiculous things that said that Muhammad could get away with breaking his oaths, that he could be possessed by a demon or by Shaitan and given false verses, and that's still okay because he went back and corrected them. All of these things that come through in the Quran, even if that just shakes people up and makes them go, why do you guys reject this so intensely, then I think it's worth it. Now, in response to Islamic threats and chest beating and violence and everything else, absolutely. I absolutely think that it is an appropriate response. If it makes Muslims stop killing people because they're afraid of what you'll do to their precious book that's from hell, then absolutely, I think that people should do it. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mary. Real quick here, I do want to highlight one website that I have used in the past.
Yeah, I was like, what is this?
This is exactly what it looks like, thankfully.
The Religion of Peace.
The Religion of Peace. This is thereligionofpeace.com. I would recommend taking a look at it if you are curious about the number of jihad attacks within the last month, which is sitting currently, and this is a constant number they update, 147 for the month of October. And we are...
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was last month. How many killed? 2,036. Injured? 4,391. And so forth. And guess what? You can even click here on the list of attacks at the bottom of this, and it gives you the entire list of every single one that they reference. It is a pretty powerful website. I have enjoyed using it quite well. It summarizes quite a bit of stuff on it, as well as Sharia law, covers what Islam teaches about multiple different subjects. So it's actually a really good source.
And it actually shows that it gives it gives a description, country, city, killed, injured, the date. Whoa.
I don't think. Yeah, I'd recommend taking a look at it and running with this one. You're more than welcome to do it. Making Jihad watch easy. So
that's pretty good.
So thank you guys so much for joining us. We are going to need to wrap it up tonight. But before we do that, I do want to go ahead and end us out here with a little thank you to our members. A special thank you to our members on Buy Me a Coffee, that is Sherwin. The members here on YouTube are Chicky, Shaky, Solitary Emmy, Professor Yeffel, Reasoned Answers. Thank you for supporting this channel. If you would like to join them, then go ahead and click that join button. But as always, remember, Jesus Christ is the only way into heaven. There is no other way, no other option, no false prophets. You can only get to heaven through the blood of the cross. May the Lord God Almighty guide you in every step that you take and give you the heart for the lost. Our desire is that everyone should come to know Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior and come to a full life in Him. In the name of Jesus Christ I pray. Amen.